afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? All right. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the City of Santa Clara meeting, a special meeting for the City Council Priority Session, Day 1. So I'd like to call the meeting to order. Would you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and the will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so that we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. Roll call, City Clerk. Can't hear you.
Here.
Present.
Here.
Here.
Here. Present. Thank you very much, City Clerk. So again, welcome to everyone to our 2024 City of Santa Clara Priority Session number 1. I want to thank the Santa Clara Convention Center for hosting us today. I'd like to welcome the members of the public that we have here in person, as well as those that will be watching us online, and those will be watching us after this meeting when they look at, I think we're on Facebook Live, so they'll be able to watch this in a rerun. So hopefully everyone will have a chance to be involved in some way, shape, or form today. We have 2 areas where we're going to have public presentations, so we hope to get some input from our community. So to kick us off, I'd like to turn it over to Julia, who will be our organizer today for the entire event. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon. It's officially afternoon, so I said the right thing. So appreciate the opportunity to be here with you all. I'm Julia Novak, my colleague Nancy Hetrick. We're with Reftellus, and really been pleased to work with the City of Santa Clara on this engagement. Today is step 1 in the priority setting process. I know the city had a history of doing priority setting, and pandemics and things like that get things off track, and we're kind of getting back on track. So this is the first one in a number of years, and I know the organization is excited to kind of get a sense of direction from this governing body as you move forward. Our plan for today, I've got to turn this on too, lots of buttons. Our plan for today, and again, this is kind of phase 1 of our process. We'll do some introductions and expectations in just a minute, just so we can kind of hear what you're hopeful for today. And then Nancy and I are going to do what we call some context setting. So we had an opportunity to visit with each of the members of the governing body, individual. We met with the senior staff, and we want to kind of share back some of the themes and things that we heard as a way of just kind of putting information out there that's good context for the conversations that you're going to have. And then we're going to step aside, and your consultants, EMC, who did your community survey, are going to share with you the results of that. Again, kind of understanding what you know to be true, what the community is thinking, is also helpful context. Likewise, where the organization is, how things are going, what you've gotten done, what's still left to do, all of those things. The city manager and his team are going to be making a presentation. And then we'll have an opportunity to do something that's much more workshop-like and really get into strategic planning. So we'll do an exercise that we call True Today, True in 10 Years. We'll explain the instructions and confuse you later, but that'll kind of help us get a sense of the big picture, what you're hopeful for the city 10 years from now. And then we're going to gather from the members of the council kind of what your biggest priorities are. We won't do any prioritization yet. We're just going to kind of find out what's on your mind, those things that are top of mind that you want to have for phase 2 when we come back on April 3rd and work with you on actually setting the priorities. So that's what our plan is for today. I think we're scheduled to be with you until about 5 o'clock. There are 2 opportunities for public input as well. I think the mayor mentioned that, so we look forward to hearing from the public. Whenever we work with groups, we always just like to have a set of norms, how we'll agree to be together in the room today. So I hope that these will work for you all. First, I hope you'll be bold. You're talking about the future of a community that you love, that you volunteer hours and hours and hours every week to put your best efforts into shaping the future of the community. So be bold as you think about the future. Be positive, tempered with just a tiny bit of realism. Usually that's around money. But just a little bit of realism is helpful, but mostly forward-thinking, bold, and positive. Candid and honest, kind of your assessment of things. We hope that you'll be patient with your colleagues, perhaps if they take more time to say things than you'd like them to, and then aware of your own behavior and understand how that's impacting the room. And then engaged and fully present, and that's mostly about technology in this day and age, so it takes us away from where we are. So we invite you to stay with us. We don't expect you to agree on everything, but we hope that we can work towards some consensus, a real understanding of what your priorities are as a body. When we use that term, council priorities, we want it to be impactful. We want it to really communicate a sense of what is important from your all's perspective for the future of the community. So with that, I think I want to just go ahead and hear from you all what your expectations are for our time together today. So just real quick introduction, put your name in the room, your voice in the room, and what you hope happens today. Again, this is a brief thing. It's not what your priorities are that you've been thinking about, because I know it's on your mind, but just really from a process perspective, what your expectation is today. And anyone can volunteer the person on their right to go second, and staff, we will also ask you to participate in this. So, Mayor, thank you.
I'll just start. I hope that we are able to come to a consensus in terms of how we move forward since the pandemic has happened, and I've been through a lot of these priority setting sessions. But the pandemic sort of threw us for a loop in terms of we had to take everything that we were working on, set it aside, and focus on what was the most emergency important at the time. So since that time, we really haven't come back in a meaningful way to look at what the priorities are of the city. And again, having meaningful priorities, doable priorities that benefit the entire community. Right. I think maybe not our individual wants and hopes, but ones that benefit the community as a whole. And that's what I'm hoping to get out of this. These next
Between
2 sessions.
today and 2 weeks from now, I think we're going to get you there. So thank you very much. Kathy.
Thank you, Julia. As the mayor said, we're coming back after having to take a break because of COVID and not focus, have these opportunities to talk about what our priorities are. So I think it's given us a lot of time to think about what we'd like to see and what we haven't been able to see. I appreciated the list that was provided, and I spent several hours yesterday going through them, and there's a lot of stuff that we need to take a couple of bites out of and chew on this for a bit, but I'm hoping that what we can get out of this is what is real and what we're really capable of doing, and really, like the mayor just said, what is for the best of the community.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Raj.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So my idea is also the same, like consolidate the council priorities, hopefully with consensus. If not, we should have a healthy, positive discussion and come up with a good output out of these meetings. Ultimately, it's not about these 7 people sitting over here. Ultimately, it's all the 125,000 residents we have in the city of Santa Clara. So, and things have changed since COVID. A lot of outside business model have changed. So things have changed how we do business within city of Santa Clara too. So we need to change accordingly and make some appropriate changes into how we govern, basically. And that's what I think we should be coming out
Great.
after this priority session. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen?
Karen Hardy. Mostly, I want to look at our core services, what we must do, what we need to do, and then what we'd like to do after that. Thank you.
Thank you. Glenn? I warned you guys. I said you get to play this game too. What are you hoping to get out of this?
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to engage on this. I'll probably say something that most staff will be thinking. We love all the energy, we love all the ideas, but resources, of course, are limited, and a lot of our groups, probably all of them, are staffed fairly leanly. So getting some focus on, where you think we should be, focused helps us manage our groups better and provide you the service, that you need in order to provide all the services you want to the community. So that's what I'm looking for, and probably a lot of us, not to steal anybody's thunder.
Thank you. Chuck, they can just say +1 if they're going to.
Yeah, exactly. Chuck Baker, Assistant City Manager. I'd love to see an alignment of values among the community, our elected leaders, as well as the staff, and hopefully getting that a little tighter. So we'd love to see a discussion of values and alignment.
Thank you. Michelle?
Michelle Templeton. Michelle Templeton, Acting Assistant City Manager. And echoing Glenn's comments, just looking at what the community thinks is important, what the council determines is important as a unified body, and then how we can move forward and make sure that our staff have clear directive and we know where we're going in the year to come.
Great, thank you. Come all the way around to Nadine.
Hi. Hello?
Yep, you're there.
Am I there? Okay.
Yeah, you're here.
So, sorry. You know what? It's been repeated, but obviously hearing from the council and with the backdrop of our resources and capacity, and just hearing your priorities.
Thank you. Cynthia?
I think it's really important for us to walk away with 3 to 5 things that we all can agree on that are important, that are exciting for this community, that add value, but that are properly resourced and that we can deliver. Being able to manage those expectations and be able to deliver to what you and the community expect, I'd like to be able to leave with that. These are 3 to 5 things that we can actually deliver.
3 to 5. I like that number. Suds? Yeah, he has only 17. I thought only 17. 18. Okay.
Okay. So, I've attended a number of goal-setting meetings, and what we ended up with pillars. And I agree pillars are important, but they're not detailed enough for us to direct staff or to identify programs that are important to our community. So I'd like to leave this with some real concrete focus areas that, sustainability is one for me, but it has to be more direct than that, just because sustainability is one of our pillars, but it would be maybe a dashboard for how we track greenhouse gases. So more specific ideas for things that we want to accomplish.
Thank you. Kevin?
Yes, thank you. And thank you for calling me Kevin. So I also agree, meaning I think everyone's talking about things that we can accomplish, but I actually like to ask, what can we do beyond what we think we can accomplish? I think that if we're in Silicon Valley, if we're going to try to do big things, we have to aim big. We've got to, as you said, be bold. And look, like this is a little bit of a stretch for us, but it's something we believe in, and it's something that we're going to try to do. I think that trying to do safe things is, well, I think that's a nice thing to do, but I don't think that that's where we need to be as a city, especially coming out of COVID with the challenges that we have. I agree with Councilmember Jane. I think we've come out with, in the priority setting, meetings that I've attended as a council member, very different from the ones that I've attended as a resident. I remember being here as a resident several times as well, maybe. And I'd like to say that I would like to move from high-level ideas, nice to have ideas, to actions, to things that we can actually put into action. And again, looking at what the community needs, not necessarily that we feel fully comfortable that we think we can do it out of the box or out of the, I just want to say, what do we need and what can we strive for? Give us targets that we have to push, pull, strive for.
Thank you. Anthony.
Hi there. I'm Vice Mayor Anthony Becker. I represent District 6, the southern part of the city. I feel today that what we should, get out of this is looking at what the people's priorities are, what's important to the people. Basically, it's the bread and butter issues that all of us have day to day. And I think that we could add a little bit of luxury, sprinkle a little bit of luxuries in there on top of that. But I agree, it's down to building, realistic goals. Not only what's possible, but not limited to that. Also building consensus, what everyone else is saying, basically consolidating things too. And basically, as our Cynthia said, is adding value. That's things that will add to the quality of your life. So that's kind of what I'm hoping that we take from here today.
Thank you. And Javon.
Thank you, Julia. Javon Grogan, City Manager. What I'm really looking for today is a collaborative policy-setting conversation that's rooted in the public input, that's rooted in council's desires, but that's also very reflective of the organization's ability to deliver. I oftentimes have found myself mentioning to council, great idea, wait to our priority-setting process. And I'm glad we're here, because I've said that probably too much, and so I'm really looking at walking out of here with a really discrete list of objectives and projects that we can accomplish, but then also mindful of what follows from that, and interested to make sure that we can provide the council with periodic updates and be reflective of some of the big ideas cannot be accomplished in 1 year.
Yeah,
right? Many of them will be multi-year projects. Many of them will require additional resources. And so want to plant that seed during this setting, but then also make sure that we come back and periodically provide the council with updates.
Great. Thank you. All very important, excitement for what we want to do, and reality sometimes drags us down. But what we know is that what gets done in the city organization sits at the intersection of political acceptability, so what there is the will to do, and organizational sustainability, what there is the capacity to do. And so we're going to be looking for that sweet spot through this process so that we can identify those things for you. So I mentioned wanting to set a little bit of context today. I think it's helpful to have a shared understanding of where you begin the work. Part of that, as we mentioned, will be shared with you from the survey, part of it from the city manager, and part of it from the work that Nancy and I did when we were here. Was it just last week, or was it the week before? It was the week before, a couple weeks ago. So just to kind of set the stage with that. So first of all, just some themes, like what did we pull out? What did we walk away understanding from you all? Tremendous love for this community, deep passion, how special Santa Clara is. You love the diversity of the community, the way you celebrate that, and kind of this acknowledgement that it's not, there's a lot of new things, there's a lot of things that are still going to come to fruition, but you're rooted in history. You have a long history as a city, and a history of doing things right, a hub of innovation, and just for each of you, as you mentioned, a wonderful place for families, great schools, and quality of life that really can't be beat. And so those are some things that we heard that you really love about the community. And we asked you about this process, and I think some of that has been reinforced by the council and by the staff in terms of just why is this important. The engagement of your community was top of mind for all of you and for the staff. Just what are people really interested in? What do people want us to do? How can we stretch, as Kevin was saying, like what can we know we can do, and then is there something we can stretch and get done? Transparency and communication was also important, wanting it to be very accessible for the community, and here we are making that happen, so great work by your city staff to kind of make that all come true. A desire for some long-term, big-picture thinking. Great ideas often plant a seed for things that come later, and as Jovan mentioned, this isn't about everything that will get done in the next couple of months, but it's about what's the long-term work plan, what are those priorities, those big, bold things that you want to have happen, how do we make that happen? And then clarifying your shared expectations. I think that the comment about looking for where you all agree, where is that? How powerful is it when there truly is a consensus and a really high level of agreement on what's important? It communicates, obviously, city manager is going to do whatever the council directs as a body, majority rules, that's how we operate. But in this process, as we pull back to the degree that we can reach an even higher level of agreement, it provides very clear direction and an understanding for the organization of what's important to the governing body. It all trickles down into how you allocate resources, and so the budget comes into play, and that's going to be very important going forward to help you plan for it and see, what do we really have consensus on. So I'm going to turn it over to Nancy to kind of dive in a little deeper in terms of, Nancy's after the community survey, sorry. I'm going to turn it over to your friends from EMC, and here you are.
Thank you. Sorry. Wonderful. Can you hear me through this mic?
Maybe get a little closer.
Testing. That's better.
That's why we have Liz. Would you like to wear my long loop?
Will that take too much time, or should we?
I think it can be really fast.
Okay, or I can hold this
Whatever you
off.
prefer.
How's this? There we go. Well, good afternoon. My name is Jessica Polsky-Sanchez. I'm a principal with EMC Research. So EMC Research is a full-service public opinion research firm. We've collaborated with the City of Santa Clara a number of times dating back to 2018. And I appreciate your taking into consideration these survey results today as the city looks to set future priorities. This survey helps incorporate the opinions and perceptions of the local community into that process. And so that was our task, and I will present to you the results from the survey. A quick note on the methodology. So this is a scientific survey, which means that we collected opinions, we conducted interviews among a representative sample of local residents. 600 completed surveys carries a margin of error of plus or minus 4 percentage points. We conducted the survey back in February, so these results are quite recent. And we used mixed mode methodology, so that is a great way to incorporate opinions from a representative sample. So some of the interviews were conducted live by telephone, and others were completed online after we sent out an invitation to residents by either email or text. And as a reminder, this is a random and representative sample, so not every member of the city was participating, but because it is a representative sample and a scientific survey, we can project the results onto residents of the city within the margin of error. A few key findings before we share some of the more detailed results. We do see that residents are generally satisfied with the quality of life here in the city of Santa Clara, and we see that the city largely receives positive ratings for its provision of services. When it comes to issues that are important to the community, some of the things that come up often are homelessness and the availability and development of affordable housing. These come up as top concerns and priorities for local residents. We also see public safety coming up for many residents as a top concern, but the vast majority see the city as safe. That said, we see that investments in police and first responders would be welcome. When it comes to other top issues of importance, residents tell us that economic development, along with road and sidewalk maintenance and emergency response to utility emergencies are also among their top priorities. A quick snapshot of some of the key questions from the survey that help us understand resident satisfaction. There are 3 questions summarized here, each of them using a different scale, but all of them telling us how residents are generally feeling about life in the city. So on the left-hand side, how would you rate the city of Santa Clara as a place to live? Excellent, good, only fair, or poor? You can see 83% give a positive rating of excellent or good, only 17% only fair or poor. Very good rating on Santa Clara as a place to live broadly. When we ask, do you agree or disagree, I am excited about the future of Santa Clara. We see 70% agree and only 28% disagree. And when it comes to satisfaction with the overall job the city of Santa Clara is doing, 69% are satisfied, 29% dissatisfied. And we like to put these questions together into what we call a segmentation because it helps us generalize how are residents feeling about Santa Clara as a place to live. So we created a segmentation out of all those questions and put it all into these categories. Those who we consider excited and happy, representing 28% of the survey sample, they rate Santa Clara as an excellent place to live or are very satisfied with the overall job the city is doing. And they also agree that they're excited for the future of Santa Clara. The future is bright in the light blue. That's 40% of respondents. They rate the city of Santa Clara as a good place to live or are somewhat satisfied with the overall job the city is doing. And they agree that they are excited for the future. So the future is bright, along with excited and happy. With rounding, when you total those groups, it's 2/3, 67% of local residents. We do have 11% that we call agnostic. They're not feeling strongly either way. And in the red, the 22% we are calling disillusioned. They rate the city negatively on these questions. So the small portion, about 1 in 5, feeling a little less excited about Santa Clara. When we look at these numbers broken down by demographic subgroups, it can be informative to help us understand if there are certain groups that are feeling a little more excited and certain groups a little more disillusioned. So that's what we did on this slide and the next slide. You can see there are some minor differences when we break down these results by demographic subgroups. But overall, majorities are feeling either excited and happy or future-looking across these demographic subgroups, across gender, across age groups, across ethnicity, and across city council districts. On this slide here, again, looking at that segmentation by home ownership as well as income, we see that renters and those with incomes above $100,000 are a little more happy, but again, overall, all these groups shown show vast majorities excited and happy or future looking. So again, thinking about satisfaction with the city and future priorities, it's helpful to start with this open-ended question, which is, what do you feel is the single most important issue facing the city of Santa Clara? And this is an open-ended question, so what we hear from residents are their top-of-mind issues. So we really only allow them to name one. What is the first thing that comes to mind? And what we did is we took their actual responses and coded them into the categories that you see here. So these categories were not offered in the survey, but rather we used them to summarize what we heard from residents in the survey. And coming up more often than any other response is something around affordable housing. We see 22% of respondents mentioning that as the single most important issue facing the city of Santa Clara, followed by homelessness, which is mentioned by 12%, something around crime or drugs, which is mentioned by 10%, and a variety of other issues mentioned by fewer than 10%, as you see summarized on this slide. Moving on to a set of questions that are not open-ended. These are closed-ended. We asked a series of questions about how residents would rate their satisfaction level with the overall job the city is doing, as you saw on one of the first slides. and then a variety of different more specific services. So are you very satisfied, somewhat dissatisfied, or very dissatisfied with each of these services? We do see a majority of residents are satisfied with all of the specific services that the city provides on this slide, except for developing affordable housing. As a reflection of the city's own priorities, we see responsiveness and communication rank highly, along with things like recreation and sustainability. So the items rising to the top there, providing responsive and high-quality city services, 72% overall are satisfied. Providing sports and recreation opportunities, 68% are satisfied. Promoting sustainability and environmental protection, 66% are satisfied. Providing communication and education for the community, 70% are satisfied. And as you move down the list, you can see the intensity, so the portion saying they are very satisfied goes down a little bit, but again, majority, 50% or more, are satisfied with each of these items, except on the bottom, developing affordable housing, where you do see 66% saying they are somewhat or very dissatisfied. So putting this data together into this table we think is helpful, because what we did was we organized it based on which council priority area or pillar each of the statements falls under. And so we can take a closer look at how residents feel about the city's efforts in each of the priority areas. So on the top in the blue, quality and efficient city services and infrastructure, a couple of the items that we asked related to that priority. One of them, providing responsive and high-quality city services. As you saw, 72% are satisfied with this very high number, 53% satisfied with the city's efforts on improving infrastructure. When it comes to housing, transportation, and economic development, we have 3 items there: promoting economic development, developing affordable housing, and planning for transportation and mobility needs. You do see majorities satisfied with the first and third, but 31% satisfied with developing affordable housing. When it comes to community sports, recreation, and arts, we do see widespread satisfaction, particularly when it comes to providing sports and recreation opportunities. 60% satisfied with enhancing public art installations and events. When it comes to managing Levi's Stadium to best support the community, 56%, as you saw, are satisfied with providing oversight and management of the stadium. On community engagement and transparency, 70% satisfied when it comes to providing communication and education for the community, and 65% satisfied when it comes to promoting opportunities for the community to provide feedback to the city. And lastly, on the priority around environmental sustainability and protection, 66% are satisfied with the city's efforts on promoting sustainability and environmental protection. Now we have a variety of other statements that we asked about in the survey to help us understand how residents are feeling around housing affordability, safety, the future of the city, and the city's efforts to focus on priorities that matter to them. So all of these are agree or disagree statements. Do you agree or disagree? I am concerned about friends or family members being able to find an affordable place to live in Santa Clara. You do see widespread agreement. 60% strongly agree with that statement, and 25% somewhat agree. Only 15% on the other side disagree with that statement. So there is widespread concern around affordability. Do you agree or disagree the city is a safe place to live? 38% strongly agree and 50% somewhat agree. So near universal agreement that the city is safe. I'm excited about the future of Santa Clara. As you saw earlier, 70% agree. And do you agree or disagree the city government is focusing on the priorities that matter most to community members? While 50%, a majority, do agree with that statement, we do see 44% who at least somewhat disagree. So there are some people with a general sentiment that the city is not focused on the things that matter most to the community. So on the next slide, looking at residents' priorities for the city. What we did was present a series of possible priorities and asked residents on a scale from 1 to 7, where 1 is a very low priority and 7 is a very high priority, how would they rate each of these? And there are a couple slides here with the various priorities that we asked about. So looking forward, we do see resident priorities have a significant focus on homelessness and affordable housing, but also road maintenance, enhancing of services for utilities, and supporting local businesses are also areas that residents broadly feel should be a focus. On this next slide, as I mentioned, a number of priorities that we asked about. Make sure I'm on the right slide there. And you can see as you move down this list that the priorities, the intensity of sentiment around the priorities that we asked about diminishes a little bit as you move toward the end of the list. But that said, most of these are a priority for a significant portion, with just slightly fewer prioritizing things like investing in public arts and some of the items around the Levi Stadium. We also wanted to take a closer look at the portion of respondents who said that they didn't agree the city is focused on the priorities that matter most to the community. Because indeed, if they think the city is not focused on the priorities that they have, what would be their priorities? And so this slide shows the priority items that we asked about in the survey only among those who disagree that the government is focusing on priorities that matter to them. And so you can see that the items that rise to the top aren't that dissimilar from the overall priorities for the community, just in a little bit of a different order. And we're looking at the totals here rather than the portion rating this as the highest priority. So maintaining roads, sidewalks, bikeways, and pedestrian crossings, enhancing emergency response to services like water, sewer, and roads, supporting local businesses, focusing on strategies to boost the local economy. These are the items that rise to the top of the list among those who feel there could be a shift in priorities. We also wanted to do a little bit of a deeper dive and look at some of the responses by demographic subgroups on items throughout the survey that are related to affordability, because we did see a number of areas in the survey indicating that affordability is a top concern and a top issue and priority for local residents. So what you can see here, summarized on the left, are the items that happened that were in the survey related to affordability, and looking at those by some of the key demographic subgroups. What stands out to us is some of the differences based on whether a resident is a renter or a homeowner. So you can see, for example, when it comes to the percent who are dissatisfied with the city's effort on developing affordable housing, among renters that's relatively high at 77%, but among homeowners it's considerably lower at 53%. When it comes to the portion who would prioritize preventing homelessness, that's higher among renters than among homeowners. When it comes to the portion who would prioritize supporting people experiencing homelessness, it is higher among renters than among homeowners. And then finally, when it comes to helping to increase the supply of affordable housing, it is substantially higher, 82% among renters than it is among homeowners at 59%. The last slide I will share with you, and then I'm happy to take questions, is this one. This is a question that we asked toward the end of the survey after we had asked specifically about very many of the city's priorities and satisfaction with the city's services. We asked a summary question that basically highlighted what the current priorities are. And then we asked this open-ended question in your own words: are there any other issues you would like to see prioritized by the city? And again, because it's an open-ended question, we put all of the responses into these categories that you see on the slide here so that we could tally them up. And so, you know, the largest portion of people on this question actually said no. There are no other areas that I would like to see the city focus on. But among those who gave a substantive response, rising to the top is affordability of housing, followed by efforts to reduce crime, community engagement and events, local economic and small business development, better government, and you can see a number of other issues mentioned. These are all mentioned by a quite small portion of respondents, but they are top of mind even after we asked about the priority areas that you saw throughout the survey. So with that concludes the presentation, and I am more than happy to answer any questions you might have.
Am I handling questions, or is our facilitators, Julie and Nancy?
Am I live here? There we go. There we go. Yeah, so we wanted to provide an opportunity, if there are questions for Jessica with the presentation, we will have a chance, once we've gone through this in some other context setting, for the public comment. So that is coming, your chance to weigh in. We want to ask questions here. Yeah, Anthony.
Sure, yeah. So looking at the numbers, one thing I did notice is the polling among residents of Santa Clara say that they consider their city to be safe. And then at the same time, 71% were polled saying enhancing public safety is a priority, and then also states that the government does not focus on priorities that matter most to the community, with 67%. So basically it's kind of like I'm looking at the blanket statement of like safety, crime reduction, and crime has increased. So what is it? Is it crime increase? Is it the concern of crime reduction, or is it just increase of safety? Because the numbers just don't make sense to me.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's sort of why we like to ask these questions in a variety of different ways, is because depending on how we ask the question, we might get a different picture of what the community is feeling. And the way I interpret these results, especially as I look to compare them with other communities throughout the Bay Area where we've done research, we see the results when it comes to, do you agree or disagree, Santa Clara is a safe place to live. 88% agree with that statement. That's overwhelmingly positive. It is very different from what we would see in other communities in the Bay Area. So that's something that you can feel very proud of. At the same time, I think crime is sort of has attention even from a national level on down, and it's something that people, including residents here in the city, are reading about daily. They're thinking about it a lot. Even if it's not happening here in Santa Clara, they're concerned about it. So I think showing that that's a priority isn't because they think the city's unsafe, but they don't want it to be unsafe. Maybe they don't want it to be like the things they're reading about in the news. So I think trying to reconcile all of those findings, it just means absolutely it's a priority, but no, I'm not saying I think the city is horribly unsafe. So that's my interpretation.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for Jessica? Yes.
Just comments. I mean, and we talked about this before, but in the surveys, like I know that we have the high-level whats, but sometimes the whys are a little bit more informative. Meaning, for example, people complain about the food and salt content, but I mean, if you actually look into the whys, you'll find that some people aren't happy that it's too salty, and some people would think that it should be saltier. Like sweets, some things are too sweet. Some people would like it, more sweet, but that comes out as complaint. And when you look at the whys, when you drill down into it, you realize that there are actually different reasons for this result that indicate that maybe it's in the right place. I know that when we look at housing, and people are concerned about housing, but it's really important to me to note, because we look at renters versus homeowners, but I mean, a lot of homeowners are on the cusp of losing their houses. And so the question is, when we talk about where I'm concerned about affordability, I'm concerned about housing, is it for you? Is it for people you know, your friends? Is it for your children, which is often the case for people who are even established homeowners? Or is it for others? You just have this general idea that housing is an issue, right? But being able to differentiate those different buckets would be very informative. I feel like this survey did a very good job of telling very high level some of the whats. I see a little bit of detail here. In some cases, when they say, well, we like the art installations and events, I want to know what are you talking about, art installations or events? I can name a handful of art installations. I can name more than a handful of events, but it'd be really nice to know, rather than bucket those two things which are, in my mind, related but very different, like to give examples. Like when you say that you're happy with this, give us an example of what you're talking about, because that bucket is too large for us to know what to do about that. Because when I think about it, like I said, art installations, I can think of a handful, but I don't know that most of the people know about those, and I don't know that the satisfaction would be in that area. I'm not saying that it's not in that area, I'm saying I don't know, and I'd like to be able to drill down those things, which is if we have the opportunity, rather than have to do more surveys, because we're not going to get the same people, we'll get some overlap, but it would be really nice to get some additional data, drill down data, at the time that we do the surveys.
Yes.
Polls are always suspect, you might say. Where did the questions from the poll come from? How well did you get to know the city? I mean, if people don't see in the poll the answer that they wanted, their main issue wasn't the top priority. They're going to suspect the poll of being gamed or leading questions. Can you give us some confidence that this is how you do it everywhere, for all the cities, and that we can trust the numbers?
Sure. I can reiterate, this was a scientific survey, and so we know based on the U.S. Census the demographics of the city, and we are very meticulous about ensuring that our survey sample is representative demographically of residents from throughout the city. We randomly select those residents for participation. There's always some level of bias in a survey like this because we cannot force any individual to respond, but we do see in the research that we do, and we've been in business for 35 years now, we see a very strong relationship between our research and ultimate outcomes on a variety of issues. So we feel very confident in our research results. We always have to remember the margin of error. The actual result might be somewhere plus or minus 4 percentage points of what we're seeing. But given, I think, the consistency between what we see here and similar communities, as well as we have some prior research here in the city of Santa Clara among the voter community, we actually see a good amount of consistency on some of the similar items over time, and that lends us confidence in these current results. I think it's also important to highlight that these are high-level findings that help us identify kind of general sentiment, but there's not a single one of these items in the survey where everybody feels one way and not the other. And so there's going to be a variety of opinion. You're going to hear dissenting opinions on either side of any of these findings. And so we can't say 100% are going to prioritize this or 100% will prioritize that. It's a lot of data to reconcile. But yeah, I think because of consistency and to a certain extent because the findings are not surprising when we compare it to other areas in past research, we have a lot of confidence in the results.
Great, thank you. Yes, here, and then we'll come over to you.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I found it interesting that when the survey did come out, I had so many calls, text messages from residents saying, who is putting out this poll? Because over the last couple of election cycles, there have been these mysterious surveys and polls that have shown up on our phones and, email asking, questions about people's concerns about the city and their thoughts. So people were very suspect about this survey. So I'm actually glad to see that there were 600 respondents. However, I was wondering how many there were altogether, like how many attempts were there made, to get, responses from the residents. So that's my first question. My second question is regarding the survey, the city priorities on page 16. One of the priorities was the city priorities was limiting the impact Levi Stadium event attendees have on residents of nearby neighborhoods. And when you looked at the very high priority and the, I guess, the mediocre, it came out to, I guess, 46%. And I was wondering if you could give us the breakdown on what the percentage of that number is of Northside residents. And that's all I have.
Absolutely. We can follow up with you and provide those numbers. We do have them by council district, so we can share that with you. Your question about how many people do we need to reach out to in order to hear back from any one individual is a great question. I don't have the exact number. I will say that because we do research throughout the Bay Area, throughout the state, it tends to be a low percentage. It is, it takes a lot of phone calls or outreach to get someone to trust us. We do have persistence. If we don't reach someone on a Tuesday, we'll try them again on a Saturday. Or if they say, I'm cooking dinner, I don't have time for the survey, we'll call them back at a time that they say works better for them. We, extend every effort to try and make sure anyone resident who is sampled has an opportunity to complete the survey. And also the multimodal methodology helps us with that as well, because as you can imagine, someone who picks up their phone might be different from someone who's willing to respond to a text message invitation. So all of that together, sort of lends us some assistance when it comes to maximizing response rates. Response rates, however, are very low. So it's because there is strong suspicion. Are you asking me for money? Are you trying to persuade me of something? We are getting constant requests for all of these kinds of things, and that has over time impacted our response rates. I will say we do a lot of electoral polling, and a lot of times that tries to simulate at a point in time, for example, what would be the level of support on a ballot measure if it were on the ballot today. And we do find that our poll results do a really good job, even though we're not trying to predict an election outcome. They are very closely correlated with election outcomes. And because we've been watching that, even as response rates have gone down over time, as that has happened, we have not seen a corresponding decline in reliability of the results of our surveys. And so it helps us, again, have confidence that despite the low response rates, we're still getting good data. So I hope that answers your questions.
Thank you. When I look at slide 12, under the pillar and question comparison rates, I notice that what comes up very high is quality and efficient city services and community engagement and transparency. But under housing, transportation, and economic development, developing affordable housing only gets a 31%. But if you go over to slide 18, there is no group that really didn't care when you made it very personal, asking the question, I'm concerned about friends or family members being able to find an affordable place to live in Santa Clara. There's no group that's below 70%. So I find that in some ways maybe it's more our messaging here to the city of what we do, what we allow, and the fact that we don't build the housing, we just allow it. And I think it may be on the city more to help with the messaging. Thank you.
Mayor.
Thank you. So the respondents to this survey, were they just residents in Santa Clara, or were they registered voters in Santa Clara? And were they based on just phone calls like landlines, or did you go cell phones as well?
Sure. So we extended beyond registered voters to include residents. So our contact lists include registered and non-registered voters in the city. We did reach out to cell phones, landlines, text message, email. So any kind of contact information we can get our hands on, we will use to try and obtain a representative sample.
Very good. Thank you.
Anthony, and then we'll come back over.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So my question is about the most important issues, the open-ended one. When you guys asked that question, because I noticed that, the top of the list, of course, is going to be the bread and butter issues from housing, homelessness, crimes and drugs, and infrastructure. There's other issues that are basically at the bottom. There's Levi Stadium, climate change, the environment, public transportation, and our downtown. Those are really low. Did you ask questions regarding that? Like, basically, our downtown is a topic of discussion, climate change, public transportation. Were those asked, or were those just people at the top of their head? And I guess I'm trying to find out is, why didn't they poll so high, or is it just creative ideas? I guess I'm trying to ask.
Yeah. So just a little clarification about this question. It is open-ended, so we didn't offer any of the items that you see on this slide as a possible response. We just took what they told us and put it into these categories so that we could tally what percentage say something about affordable housing, what percentage say something about homelessness, and so on and so forth. So when it's an open-ended question, what we tend to see come, top of mind to people, it can be a little different from when we ask about specific issues. And it tends to be influenced by things that are covered in the local media or in the national media. So, even if most people, for example, feel the city is safe, they're still mentioning crime as the most important problem, maybe because they're reading a lot about crime and how it's facing the Bay Area right now. So the responses to this question can certainly be influenced by what they're hearing and seeing and reading about. We did ask more specific questions later in the survey when it comes to their satisfaction with provision of services as well as their future priorities. So on those questions, we actually asked their opinion about a specific issue. So that was less open-ended.
And to follow up on that, did you have, so basically like the transportation downtown and the environment, was there any education on those topics, being that it's kind of a more Santa Clara at-home issue than on a broad issue? Did you guys ask specific questions regarding to that?
No, with this research, the intention was not to educate and then get post-education opinions, rather just a snapshot of their public opinion and perception right now.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the details. My question is, I think EMC conducted very focused research in 2018, but along with that very focused item, there was a citywide general survey was done too. So if we compare the general survey of 2018 versus the 2024 survey, did you find anything like, I know a couple of things like affordable housing, homelessness, they were not there during that time, but they came up as two of the top right now. Mm-hmm. But I want to comparatively, need to find out what happened since 2018. Where is the overall resident satisfaction of living in the city is better than that time, or how is it? So if you can, down the line, if we can compile those results better so that we learn from a comparative studies, okay, what happened, why it happened, basically. So that would be a good understanding for us to look into the details of that.
Sure, we're happy to compile some of the key takeaways from the prior research. I'll just note the reason why we didn't compare it in this presentation is because those prior surveys were among voters, whereas this is among residents. But at the same time, it's still informative to look back at what voters thought back in 2018. So we'll provide you with some of those numbers.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments? Yes.
So I agree with learning how the survey results change over time. I understand that we had different sample sets, so I'm kind of curious. I think that would we also know who's voters in there, so we could take a subset of that sampling, even though that one wouldn't be very scientific? Because I'm concerned. Like, when I look at data and I think of consistency, when we see consistency across regions, across areas, I think, well, sometimes consistency is a result of overgeneralization. I mean, it kind of makes Santa Clara seem like any other city, and I think that when we're trying to set priorities for Santa Clara in particular, we really need to drill down enough to understand what makes Santa Clara different. What are the things that Santa Clara really needs to focus on? Because the general things of roads, maintenance, things like that, we're going to do that work. I mean, as a pillar, the reason I don't like those as pillars is that's the stuff we have to do anyway, the bread and butter stuff, as Vice Mayor Becker says. The questions that I would want to ask are, like, if we don't educate people, that's fine. I mean, it's a survey. It's not supposed to be for education, and once you start educating when you do the survey, now you've got very different survey results. But it would be nice to know, I mean, just ask the question, how long have people lived in the city? How well do people feel they know the city? Because if people who don't know the city aren't saying things like, downtown, that's understandable. But if people who do know the city aren't talking about downtown, that's a very different thing, right? And everyone that I know that's been in the city for a while, downtown is top of mind there, and we don't see that in these results. I'm not saying that methodology was not scientific, but I would like better resolution, especially when we're preparing for priority setting, where we're looking for priority setting not just across what should cities do in general, but what does Santa Clara in particular? Like, it may even be useful to ask questions about top-of-mind issues for Santa Clara itself, because people who know that this is an issue in Santa Clara, I see that the sports and recreation, satisfaction is very high, and we've lost a BMX track, we've closed the International Swim Center, we've done so many things that I would think would be reflected in the survey results, but they don't seem to be, and this is why I just would like a little bit more resolution. Thank you.
Well, one of the things that we want to keep in mind too, as we are kind of still context setting, the community survey is one really helpful and meaningful input, but you have additional sources of information, right? We're going to hear an update from staff, things that may not be on the radar for a whole host of reasons for residents, and so balancing those perspectives. And I'm going to share back some of the themes that we heard even from the conversations we had with you. And so, there are different lenses that can be applied as you're looking at the options of what's most important. And that's why you get the big bucks, right? Because you're sitting in the seats to determine and kind of integrate all of these inputs. Obviously, you're interested, and we heard about this in our interviews, the importance to the public. What's on people's minds? And I think you have a really good set of indicators to start to frame that conversation. And we can go in deeper, based on the other information that's provided, and then you'll come to your conclusions about what's most important. Are there any further questions for Jessica, or comments even on the survey?
Good job. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As I mentioned, the public will have an opportunity to weigh in. We're going to go through a couple more kind of context setting, and then we'll pause, we'll take public comment, and then we will take a break after that. So just to kind of anticipate what's forthcoming. So I'm going to steal back the clicker, if I might. All right, so as Julia mentioned, let's see if maybe it's not turned on. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I think so. We will find out in a moment. Technology is good fun. So Julia laid some of the high-level themes, the things that we heard to set the context, and now we've heard from the survey update. We wanted to share kind of the strengths, limitations, challenges, and opportunities that we heard sort of thematically in the interviews that we had with each of you, and also with time we spent with the senior staff. So we've compiled these high level, and again, this is context setting. So these aren't the answers, but hopefully you find them instructive and you can recognize your own thoughts in them. So we're going to start off with strengths, because who doesn't want to start off with the good stuff? I do anyway. So we're going to start off with strengths. So these are some of the themes that came through. And if it's a theme, it means that we heard about it a number of different times, perhaps in different ways. And hopefully everybody can read the words up here. So there's a lot of pride and gratitude, I think, in Silicon Valley Power. The work that is done, what that brings to the community in terms of lower rates, also what it does in terms of business attraction and retention. So a lot of pride in that, and the strength that it brings to the city. The next one here, responsive and service-oriented city staff. We heard about the professionalism and the support that's provided from the staff. Open for business and industry powerhouses. I mean, there's no denying that Santa Clara is the home to some of the most remarkable firms, companies, industries in the world. And that's a really big deal, and that's a strength of the community and something to be able to lean into. Strong public safety. We heard in the survey results that this is not a major issue or concern, that is something that people rely on. It's a strength, actually, of the community. Quality of life. This is another area of priority and interest. We heard in all of the interviews, and something that you really have a sense of strength and pride around as well. That stems from the parks, the quality of life in terms of the feeling, family-friendly, the historic charm in the older neighborhoods, and even the what was and can be downtown. Perhaps you should say it that way. The big city assets that you have. I mean, for a city the size of Santa Clara, it's tremendous, the assets that you have available to you, and it was recognized as one of the many strengths here. And then also the sense of tradition, which balances, I think, some of those other bigger, unusual amenities that you are fortunate to have in your midst, is that sense of place and that sense of history and community and tradition. And so all of these things together really sort of paint a unique picture of Santa Clara that is different from other communities in the area. So those are some of the strengths that we heard. We'll walk next through some of the limitations. Now, limitations are those sort of internal hurdles you have to overcome or address to move to the next level. So these aren't external, but some of the constraints within which you live. Slow to change. I heard that there's a tradition and a history of kind of moving things slowly, and there's some interest in moving at a quicker clip and being industrious in that. So one of the limitations. Related to that, perhaps, or not, is behind in the adoption of technology. And so the flip side of any of these limitations creates opportunity in many cases. The next one, inconsistent permitting process, and it's a big process, and you're working with a full scale of sophisticated to unsophisticated interests in doing so, but that was a limitation as well. Lacking in long-term fiscal planning, so again, some opportunity perhaps to take a longer view, and I think that comes to mind related to infrastructure investment in particular. We'll probably talk more about that. Let's see, outdated rules, policies, and charter. So again, some of those foundational pieces of how the city operates could use some freshening up. More time and money spent studying than doing, and there's a very keen interest for many to get to action, to get things moving and see results. Certainly there are limitations and resources that are available, but that is a concern for some and a limitation to the work you're doing. And then the last one here, the high-profile assets are time-intensive. They're drawing the resources of your executive team, your executive staff, spending time and effort, which can take away from other areas of need. Next, we have challenges. So these are, again, challenges are areas to pay attention to and think about how to resolve, mitigate, address. So the first one, divisive politics. We heard a real interest in and concern in decorum and the setting and how to address and resolve that. That's a challenge. It's a big challenge. The pressures of the big old facility across the street from here, Levi Stadium, that's a challenge. It's time intensive. It takes a lot from all of you and all from the staff to manage. Turnover. There's been turnover, and this is not necessarily unique to Santa Clara, but it's a big issue as more and more people of the older set, which I'm not quite there, but getting closer, are deciding it's time to retire. And that turns into retirements, and you have turnover as a result. There can be other sources and causes of turnover as well. All of these things are very important to pay attention to and can be challenges to an organization. Outdated technology, a challenge as well as a limitation. And then a big one, the deferred maintenance costs that are out there, and I'm sure we'll spend more time on this. I think Javon has some updates in his presentation as well. There's a lot of outstanding unmet need that we'll spend more time talking about. The last one, the good news is, you have the most options, most themes under opportunities. There's no shortage of opportunity here in Santa Clara by any state of mind or of ideas. We heard many of them in the conversations that we had, and I'm going to have to put my glasses on for this one because, yeah, that's why. So some of the opportunities that we heard about, leveraging the investment in affordable housing, and that's consistent with what we heard in the community survey as well in terms of a need and a priority. Investment in technology is an opportunity, expanding fiber network and Wi-Fi connectivity so that those who don't have a reliable connection can have that. Increased creativity and innovation in service delivery, thinking out of the box, finding new ways to do things, maybe leveraging technology as a part of that, or just being creative. Pursuing alternatives for revenue generation, so thinking creatively about how to expand the resources that are available to pursue the other opportunities you might want to enjoy. Ensure successful hosting of the Super Bowl and the FIFA World Cup. These are tremendous opportunities and a big deal. They're also going to be a very big time consideration, I'm sure, for the city. Expanding public-private partnerships with corporate headquarters and higher education. Streamlining the permit process, so some of these are big external and some of them are more internally focused. And then you have a number of major initiatives that have begun, and so seeing them through in terms of opportunity, including the Santa Clara Station Area Plan, the Downtown Precise Plan, and Related Santa Clara, all big in their own right. No shortage of lofty opportunities in Santa Clara. And the last thing, an opportunity is to really lean in on the diversity and culture of the community, which we identified as a strength and certainly a theme we heard during our original presentation to you. So those are some of the opportunities that lie before you that we'll, I'm sure, spend more time talking about today and next time we're together. So Javon's going to now give us the staff perspective. So again, we're going to switch gears. This is the third lens. We heard community, we heard from the team, and now we're going to hear from staff.
I have my clicker. I'll grab the mic. So, Javon Grogan, City Manager, really excited to be here. I'll talk briefly. I've been a part of a lot of City Council priorities setting sessions, both as an employee and in a prior life as a consultant. And the reality is today is about the council. Today is a day where we hear from you what are your goals and objectives for the organization. Before I begin, though, I really want to take a moment to thank staff. Maria Lee, our assistant to the city manager, is here, and she really did a lot of the heavy lifting to put together the packets. And so, Maria, thank you. And around the dais today, sort of really atypical, we have our executive team members, and that really embodies that we are in this together. You know, the executive team implements your vision. And so we're here to work with you to process through these sessions. And we have every department director here, as well as other senior leaders in the organization. And so let's begin. So the first two slides really talk about awards and recognitions that the city has received. And we recognize that this is your first priority setting session that's going into detail since 2001. So we wanted to take a moment. I actually won't talk about these because there are many listed for both 2023 as well as 2022. But really what this slide is meant to convey is that it should be known and celebrated that Santa Clara is recognized by various agencies and professional associations as having best practice programs and well-run services, actually award-winning services. Next, let's talk about a few accomplishments. I will only touch on these briefly. Again, I want to be brief. The council will know that we expanded library hours. We are not back to pre-COVID hours. We have not yet restored Sunday hours, but through your direction, as well as resource allocation, we have expanded library hours. We have upgraded the city's water pipeline system for the Monroe Commons, a 100% affordable housing project. We recently celebrated the opening of AgriHood, 165 affordable housing units for seniors. The council recently allocated $5.4 million and approved 108 residential affordable units on Civic Center Drive at 1601 Civic Center Drive. We have established our shared mobility program. I know that that's very important to the council and the community with our shared bike and scooter program. We've launched the Silicon Valley Hopper service with the city of Cupertino, an example of regional collaboration and partnership. We've completed rehab of Montague Park, and as we all know, Magical Bridge play structure is underway in our Central Park. Other accomplishments, we have enhanced our communications through the city's digital city news, as well as Inside Santa Clara publication. We've launched a few successful public social media campaigns. The two that are listed here are around Taylor Swift and Beyonce. A little fun, but really received significant positive recognition in the regional and actually national news for Santa Clara. Art and Wine grants, over 36,000 in art and wine grants. I'll just keep going really fast. We, State of the City, we changed it up a bit recently with our State of the City and had a wonderful State of the City ceremony, as well as internally we had a holiday Halloween decorating contest. A few other accomplishments. We have grants and federal funding for the Anna Drive Flood Protection Project, numerous bicycle improvements at De La Cruz, Lick Mill, Scott Boulevard, Central Santa Clara. We have transitioned our business license process and really enhanced and modernized that, and all of you have a packet that provides an update on that project as well as others. Important news, Silicon Valley Power had an upgrade in their bond rating from A plus to AA minus with their recent anticipated financing for $300 million. We'll talk more about that. Reed Santa Clara Literacy Grant and funding, over $170,000 for those two grants that are listed there. We launched our Silicon Valley Scholarship Program with Mission College, and I think we all know we've streamlined our building permitting process and continue to work on that. Next, important to know, we launched a new solar roof nonprofit program and battery storage rebate program. I believe they have all been delivered, have new all-electric vehicles in our fleet, helping to reduce our greenhouse gases, and that brings our total electric fleet vehicles to just under 50. We converted 9,200 square feet of lawn to biodiversity, mixed-use, water-wise landscaping at City Hall Plaza. We successfully launched a conversion rebate program with Santa Clara's converting just under 200,000 square feet of lawns. And let's talk now a little bit more about the organization. So where are we? Just context setting. I again will be brief. Recruitment remains the top priority for the city organization. We currently have a vacancy rate of 12.5%. That is down. Many of you will remember it was over 17% when we started the fiscal year, and so we are hiring. It is a challenge. As many of you know, unfortunately, the days where employees could work, be a municipal employer, and buy a home in the town that they live in is not true for many of our employees. You know, I talk to a lot of our members of the community that work for the city, and you know, the sad reality is with the home prices now, many of our employees pass more than 10 cities on their way to work. And so it's changed who we are as an organization, and it certainly impacts our ability to recruit people here. And as you know, we are participating in employment fairs. On the screen is a copy of our brochure that will be a part of our social media campaign, and we're constantly employing new tools to fill our vacant positions and bring more people to support the residents of Santa Clara. Also, fiscal discipline, fiscal discipline, fiscal discipline. We continue to have a structural deficit. We'll see in a few slides how that is increasing, but it is a significant challenge facing the city that frankly is only projected to get worse, and that will really underpin a lot of the conversations we have today, right? Because to do work requires resources, both people and money. And now let's talk a little bit about our workload. I always love this slide. I love the iceberg slide because it actually correctly articulates what we do as an organization, right? Most of what we do, both for residences and elected officials, is actually below the waterline. It's the stuff that you don't see, and if we're doing it well, it's actually the stuff that you don't even think about, right? You flush the toilet and the water just goes, you turn on the spout and the water comes out, you walk down the street and you don't trip. That's what we do as an organization. And then there's the stuff that is above the water level, really the peak. Those are your priorities and initiatives as our policy setting body, not just for the organization, but really for the community. They're purposely meant to stretch us. They're meant to stretch us beyond the vast majority of what we do to really keep the lights on. It's important to talk about those, and in your packet, you have a 44-page document that lists 78 individual items, potential initiatives that you've referred to talk about today, items that are underway, so items that you've already voted on and said, you know what organization, we want you to work on them. We provided you with a very detailed update. Today is not a day to talk about all of those. Certainly, if there are questions and if there's time, we will address those. But those are things that the organization is already working on that's above the waterline. And there's completed initiatives. We haven't provided a presentation to talk about those. We want you to have that information. We want to celebrate that information appropriately. But again, today is the day for you to set direction. It's important when we talk about your priorities and initiatives to just take a moment and speak on what they are. Importantly, they're above the normal. We've said that. Also important, they can and do change over time, right? Priorities shift. Priority shifts because the council says, you know what, that was a priority yesterday, but it's not a priority today. Or we have things on the list that we've referred to you, but you know what, these other 5 things are really important, and so we want you to stop doing those and work on these 5. And so just want to reflect that they can and do change over time. Also, important to note that they're of a level of importance that they require direct involvement, either from myself as the city manager, the executive team, but almost certainly your department directors. And so these are projects that are important to the community and really take the guiding hand of the leadership team. And then we said earlier, they're multi-year, or many of them are multi-year. Some are single year, but in my experience, most of your organizational initiatives and priorities are actually multi-year. Now let's talk a little bit about the budget. So as the city council knows, we operate on a biannual capital and operating budget. We are mid-year or approaching mid-year through our operating budget, but we are launching the first or the new cycle of our biannual capital budget. And so that will be our capital budget for FY or fiscal year 24-25 and fiscal year 25-26 for the public. As an agency, we operate on a July 1 to June 30 fiscal year. And so we are in the middle of developing our capital budget. And so we will have significant policy setting conversations around capital projects. It's also important to note that most funded projects have a dedicated funding source. Those are likely utility projects, transportation, and parks. Now, why? The reason is when we look at our fiscal picture as an organization, frankly, our biggest challenge is capital funding. And we'll talk a little bit about that, but we have sort of fallen into a position where we are funding projects that have dedicated funding sources and not really funding those projects that are general fund supported because we have a structural deficit, so we don't have the surplus revenue, and we have no dedicated capital funding revenue. We have a limited capital projects reserve. As council knows, a few months ago, our capital projects reserve was under $4 million. Now, because we have some one-time savings from last year, largely related to those vacant positions, it's at 23.5 or just under 24 million. As we'll see, we have 600 million worth of known capital needs. And when we launched this capital budget process internally, we did it like we normally do. To all of the departments, the finance department and the city manager's office said to our departments, tell us your needs. It's your job to articulate up. It's our job to make some priorities and work with council to find resources. Well, as I mentioned, we have 24 million in the fund, and we received over 200 million worth of requests for money to be spent over the next 2 years. We just don't have the money, and the needs far outstretch the resources. And so we'll talk more about that. When we talk about our operating fund deficit, as the council knows, we were able to shrink our operating deficit quite significantly, but the reality is it grows, and it's projected to be at just under 18 million in a few years, and there's one slide on that. And then that second bullet there under operating budget, I wish we would have underlined it and bolded it, but it says no capacity for restoration, service expansions, or ongoing capital maintenance reserve contributions. The reality is we don't have net surplus revenue for many of the things we want to do, nor many of the things that the community wants us to do. And we have to grapple with that. That is our reality as an organization. That is our reality as a city, is that with our operating deficit and very little money in the bank for capital, we have to make tough decisions every year. We are continuing to update revenues and expenditures, and then the last bullet says that there's an unknown impact for ongoing labor negotiations. And as the council knows well, many of our collective bargaining agreements with our employee unions will be up in the next 2 years, and we still have one unit that we're negotiating with who's working on an expired contract. And so those additional costs will certainly pose challenges on top of the challenges that we already have, and that really factors into the conversations that we're having today. Unfunded capital, the pie chart really says it all. Over $620 million of unfunded capital needs, and I like to call those, again, our known knowns, things that we know are a problem and things that we put a number on. But they are certainly things that we know are a problem, but we've yet to put a number on. Fire stations, we have 5 fire stations that need to be replaced, and no funding to do so. We have parks, outdoor spaces, community facilities, of course our International Swim Center. And the truth about our roads, with the amount of money that we have to put at our roads every year, our PCI, our pavement condition index, is dropping. We don't have enough funds to keep the quality of our roads up. The quality of our roads on an annual basis is going down because our funding level isn't sufficient to keep up. And so the biggest slice of the pie is our administrative buildings. That is largely related to our city hall and courtyards, but we know that when you ask the public what are they most interested in, no one says replace city hall, right? And so next highest category are our community facilities, those community serving facilities, the buildings that our public relies on for services, makes up the second highest unfunded need category, as well as our parks. I also want to draw attention to storm drains, an unfunded need of just under $50 million, shown there at $49.3 million. Our stormwater utility is subsidized by the general fund. It does not cover its costs, neither its O&M or its capital cost, and that's a challenge for us. And so we have to grapple with that as an agency, and I know the council is well aware of that. And lastly, on this slide, lists our historic buildings. We know that's a priority of the council. We know that's a priority of the community. The city has wonderful historic buildings in our ownership inventory, but without the funds to maintain them. And so, as the council knows, we have been talking about a potential general obligation bond to help with a number of the needs. And so, we currently operate on a pay-as-you-go basis, meaning if there's surplus money from annual operations, or if we get a one-time windfall, we've spent it. It's frankly not a plan that works very well, and that is why we have built up this level of unfunded need. And so we need a stable, ongoing funding source. And part of the reality is our buildings are crumbling around us, and our infrastructure. And I'll just talk about the last bullet because it says exponential cost increases to replace our assets, maintenance and replacement. And really that's a double-edged sword. We don't have enough money for maintenance and we don't have enough money to replace. And every time you don't provide maintenance and every year you don't replace something that's broken, the cost goes up. And we know what inflation does. And so we are truly looking at this as a critical time for the city of Santa Clara, and really one of our number one, if not the number one priority of staff is supporting the council through evaluating options for a capital bond in November 24. We need an infusion of one-time cash as well as an ongoing funding stream. And so as the council, and I hope many people in the community, if you don't know, you've heard that the city council is undertaking a significant policy setting conversation, and not an easy one because no one wants to ask the residents for additional resources, but to put a capital bond on the November 24 ballot. And so we're prioritizing our capital needs. We're soliciting resident feedback. Certainly the survey that we just talked about had a number of those things that bubbled up to the top, some of the highest interest of the community, as well as we will begin to undertake additional what we call likely voter polls. And so the poll that we mentioned today was for your priority setting session, and it was all residents. The next 2 polls specifically related to the potential capital bond will be likely voters, and we will be testing various potential ballot conversations as well as interest at various levels of funding. And so just going speeding up my clip, 10-year general fund forecast, we have a general fund that is currently just under $300 million, and as the council knows, we made some pretty tough decisions and was able to close our general fund deficit largely with the use of one-time monies and over the next year. But the reality is it grows, and it reaches 17.7 million, and as we said, this does not include all of our costs. This does not include, there's a big unknown for our open labor conversations with our collective bargaining groups, and with an operating budget deficit that looks like this, the ability to infuse money without outside resources is just not there. Lastly, I'll just talk about the last bullet, which says the forecast does not include potential additional revenue from the stadium, performance rent, and excess revenue in the related project. Certainly, we know where the related project is. Unfortunately, the development market is stalled, and many projects are not moving forward. We are currently, as was announced a little while ago, Related has asked for an amendment to to a portion of their project, and so we're duly processing that, and that will be before the city council later in the year. And with regard to settling our disputes with the 49ers, council and the community knows that we are working on that. We have not received performance rent in a number of years, and we do look for additional revenue from that. Important to note, that will not solve the city's problems. Certainly it's important, certainly making sure that the general fund benefits significantly for the stadium is important, but it's important to know that will not fund our $600 million capital infrastructure deficit, nor fully resolve our operating deficit. It's a piece of the pie, but it is not the pie. Our budget calendar for the current year, 24-25, a lot is going on. April 29th, you'll have your proposed capital budget before you. May 7th, we will have our study session on the capital budget. June 4th, we will have our second study session on the capital and operating budget, and then June 25th is the date for final council adoption of any changes to the operating budget, the CIP budget, as well as other items. I will go through the next slides pretty quickly. It's additional organizational initiatives and special projects that the organization is working on over the next 6 to 24 months. I will highlight this really quickly, only because our goal is not to tell you everything the organization is working on, right? Today is about hearing from you on what else you want us to work on. But just a little context setting, there are a number of citywide projects. This is not everything. Of course, we're working on the FIFA World Cup and Super Bowl for 2026, our November ballot effort, as we talked about. City Attorney's Office has a number of important projects, just two listed here. Charter update for some of our public works procurement. We're researching that because that may make us more efficient and help with project delivery. And supporting Silicon Valley in their power line and power purchase agreements. The City Clerk's Office is working on municipal elections for 24. City Manager's Office wanted to note that we're undertaking an assessment and implementation of organizational changes, just making sure that we're structured appropriately to deliver the programs and services for the organization and achieve your objectives. Our Community Development Department wanted to highlight that they're working on a homeless response plan and evaluating recommendations for the displacement prevention policies. Our Finance Department is very hard at work with our capital budgeting project, as we've talked about, as well as taking a look at our internal control environment and making sure that we have all the appropriate internal controls as a $1.4 billion organization. Fire is working on operational readiness, active shooter drill, and various policy updates, as well as our ambulance transport initiative. Council knows very well about that, some of the concerns that are happening in the county with response times, and Santa Clara has really stepped up and put an ambulance into service to help out with response times and make sure that we protect the community. Our HR department is working on, frankly, revamping our safety and training program. and developing a workplace violence and prevention policy and training. IT department working on a refresh of many of our multifunction devices. Public safety application improvements. Our library is undertaking their library strategic plan. I know the community has seen that effort in surveys, and as well as a specific library facilities plan, really important. And our Parks and Recreation Department is also undertaking their own master plan process and taking undertaking a community priority survey, and also taking a look at recreation and park and lieu fee studies. And as you know, we do have some funds from developments that we need to determine where we put those to work, but again, far few and in between as far as financial resources. Our police department is just a couple projects that they wanted to note. Preparing for grant implementation in law enforcement operations, as well as preparations for concert and football season, and our significant one-time projects. Public Works is working on new solid waste disposal agreements. Also, the construction of significant roadway improvement projects. We have our annual pavement improvement plan. As we know, it's not enough, but we do maintain roadways based on the PCI, and we have a program that prioritizes the dollars we have to make sure that they have the most significant effect possible. Stadium Authority, of course, working on the framework for the events in 2026, as well as, frankly, taking a pause now that we have new staff and developing a comprehensive oversight framework of the stadium and the stadium manager. And our Silicon Valley Power Department, I think the best thing I can say there is they are working intently on their power expansion plans and projects, and I know that's very important to the council. And our Water and Sewer Utilities Department is working on their master plan and working to finalize water rates as well as regulations for utility water use. Again, just wanted to highlight a few of the projects. It's not everything. You have your 44-page document. That concludes my presentation. I want to thank the council. I want to thank the public, and I will turn it over now to Julia Novak.
If it's working. Turned it on, so there we are. Okay, so we're going to do public comment, and then we're going to give you a chance to adjust your fluid levels after that. For public comment, I know there's online people too, and so I kind of want to just check in with you all. Will the city clerk help us navigate?
We'll start with the city clerk. She has cards, and then I'll call the participants
Perfect.
online.
Thank you.
We have Mary Grizzle, and she'll have 6 minutes. She has time being given to her by Connie and James. So, Mary?
Good afternoon or good morning. Hi, my name is Mary Grizzle, and I am the co-chair of Reclaiming Our Downtown. In 2018, our members also surveyed the public, but we started with one simple question. Of all the projects that Santa Clara is currently working on, what project matters to you most? 87% responded to downtown. I know that surveys are expensive, but I am sorry that this question was not asked in this EMC survey. I believe if it were, you would get the same 87%. Ironically, when the city conducted a survey in 1962, 85% of Santa Clarans did not want the downtown demolished. We also asked the public what they wanted to see in the downtown, and many of their answers mirror what is seen today on this EMC survey. More housing and more affordable housing, 22% of the survey. Public transportation in the form of a last-mile trolley system, focusing on improving infrastructure, ease traffic and congestion, a combined 12% of the survey. A great place for local business to thrive, focusing on strategies to boost the local economy and supporting local businesses, mentioned as number one by 80% of the citizens on page 17 of the survey. Bring back not just a downtown, but a people-friendly, incredible destination point. If you look at the most important issues asked on page 9, the downtown project as well as the new adjacent station area plan which will connect our downtown to the transit station and hopefully Coleman Avenue, helps to address 40% of the issues raised by the public in this survey. We as the city and you as our leaders need to accelerate the process this week. If you really want to address the concerns of your citizens, we need the mayor, the council, and the city management to concentrate on these next 3 steps. The city of Santa Clara is a prime candidate to receive hundreds of millions of dollars of federal grants and loans for the station area plan and the downtown. This is not my opinion. This is the opinion of the senior policy advisor to the Deputy Secretary of the Department of Transportation, the DOT, and FTA see the importance of a last-mile trolley system connecting to the Santa Clara Transit Hub to reduce car trips and increase train ridership. We need City Manager Grogan to go after the available DOT planning grant to examine the best solutions to create this last-mile solution and possibly pay the area's infrastructure. We need the city to add form-based code objective design standards to the station area plan. Without them, the plan is wide open to the state coming in and mandating buildings. Lastly, understand the importance of city hiring a community developer director with a proven track record in the execution of form-based code and oversee the Department of Transportation funding to focus on the local economic strategies. Of all the projects that this city is focusing in their energies and the citizen dollars on, there was only one project mentioned in the EMC survey, the downtown. We have a precise plan, form-based code, and the Department of Transportation willing to help us as soon as someone from City Hall picks up the phone and calls. Reclaiming our downtown is here to help you with any of these next steps. Please use us. Thank you.
Next speaker is Vikas Gupta, followed by Paul McNamara, Jan Hintermeister, and Teresa O'Neill.
Hi, Vikas Gupta. I am a Parks and Rec Commissioner, but I speak for myself here today. So thank you for sharing the survey results. It would be good to see the survey results, how they progress year over year rather than vacuum. Now we're setting priorities for the future, yet I didn't see any input from those under 18, which is an important constituency. And so we should look at how to get input from them as well. Now, surveys are also trailing indicators, and then, I'm not questioning your methodology here, but generally speaking, surveys can be constructed to come up with whatever answers you want. And so we have to be really careful what we are reading. So just like Councilmember Park said, I'm surprised that there was little mention of parks and youth activities and sports in the survey, and yet, as City Manager Grogan just mentioned, there's a significant impact with the ISC shutdown. So, but before I speak of that, this was also mentioned in the limitations. To me, it seems that the city spends a lot of money in studies and doesn't do enough. I've seen things that could be cookie cutter being studied. That just seems like a waste to me. Now, I urge the council to prioritize rebuilding ISC. Not a surprise for you, I'm sure. It is a jewel of the Parks and Rec Department of the city, and it brings Santa Clara to the world stage. Without it, we are killing the spirit of the city. So thank you.
Paul McNamara, followed by Jan Hintermeister.
Thank you for this opportunity. This is Jonathan Marinero. We're both on the Cultural Commission. We just both wanted to advocate for consideration for the Arts Master Plan for the city of Santa Clara. Most of the municipalities in the Bay Area have a master plan. It's an enormous, across the United States, it's an enormous economic driver. So as the city manager pointed out, the biggest struggle here is obviously for revenues. And so We just wanted to advocate for that. Jonathan and I are here if anyone has any questions from the public about that, what that would entail. I also just want to say I work in higher ed, so I've done an enormous number of research projects like this. I really admire and am thankful for the survey itself. I would also encourage whoever sponsored it to do a longitudinal study, because a survey is like a blood sample. It's one shot at one time. And like Kevin said, perhaps it might not be appropriate for educating the public, but for example, we know that crime has gone down, so when you ask the question, it would also be helpful for solutions for what would improve your response for either dissatisfaction or dissatisfaction, for example, so that we have a longitudinal study and a comparative value for how to increase or decrease, or specifically what the city council can do, what the agencies can do to mitigate those dissatisfactions or improve the satisfactions themselves. Thanks.
Jan Hintermeister, followed by Teresa O'Neill, followed by Patricia Leon.
Good afternoon. I'm a member of the Board of Library Trustees, Jan Hintermeister, but I'm speaking on my own behalf. I love surveys, but as many people have mentioned, they do provide a lot of great information, but the results you get depend very much on the questions you asked. So I know that I didn't see anything specific about libraries or parks and open space, which are things that are very close to my heart. But again, just like the city manager said, just because City Hall wasn't mentioned, that doesn't mean it's not a very, very important issue. But as far as libraries go, I think the biggest issues that we have are in the planning process for developing libraries that meet the needs of all the people that are going to be coming into our city. So it's really a demographic issue. Like with parks, for example, we have the fees that come in with development, but there's no similar mechanism for bringing fees in for library services to maintain that as our population grows. So that's like, to me, the big structural issue that we have. But in terms of just immediate needs, as you know, our library staff did a tremendous job of taking reduced budget, and that happened before COVID, but also especially during COVID, to do cross-training and do a number of creative things to bring back our library hours to where they are now, which again are not up to pre-COVID standards. For the short term, we need to figure out ways to make sure that we can, at least at a minimum, get back to where we were in terms of hours, in terms of bringing our collection back up to snuff, and providing training for both staff and our boards. So thank you.
Next speaker, Teresa O'Neill, followed by Patricia Leon.
Good afternoon. A fascinating but a little bit daunting, scary discussion. So I'm hearing a number of things. I'm hearing a lot of love of community, a lot of demand for services, recognition of the tremendous assets that the city has, and we're sitting in one of them, which are somewhat, say, outsized for this kind of city that this is. And also there was some discussion about our diverse business community. And I'm here to advocate, as somebody who's been in this community my entire life, that you don't forget the business community, and we must nurture, support, and emphasize that business community. Because the reason why we have a lot of what's around here is because of the business community. For a long time, we had what's called jobs, housing, and balance, which means we had a very large, rigorous business community that funded most of our services. We didn't go out for a lot of bonds. We didn't have a lot of taxes. Rightfully so, we've had to build a lot more housing. You may have seen the article that the proposed sale of half of the Oracle Agnew site is now being proposed for housing. That's wonderful, but that means those residents are going to need a lot of services. It's going to be very costly, and yes, you will receive some taxes, but you need to be factoring in the changes in the makeup of the city.
And, so yes, perhaps, as some of us started recognizing about 10 years ago what was happening, that's why, we tried to get the Related project. That's why some of us proposed park fees. That's why we changed the TOT tax. A lot of people, if you put a question in there about, are you willing to pay more taxes for such and such, the average person will say no. But having chaired several bond campaigns for the school district, if you have the right message, if you have the right model, people will support it. But you've got to be considering, keep that business community as strong as you possibly can. Thank you.
Next speaker, Patricia Leung.
Hi, good afternoon. Patricia Leung, resident District 5. Speaking on my own behalf, but I do wear a lot of different hats around the city. So as a Historical and Landmarks Commissioner, I think we should leverage our strengths and our sense of tradition. We need to put more resources in the historic preservation, and we need more funding to preserve and highlight our existing resources before they literally melt away. We have been performing demolition by neglect for many years, and we need to stop that and actually do some good preservation. HLC actually currently does not have any oversight on maintenance of city-owned historic properties, and we would like to have some of that back so we know how to direct to properly maintain those properties. And we also need a funding for historic context statements, so we know that what we should be focusing on moving forward on preservation. I'm also a transportation advocate. I'm actually a member of this Caltrans Citizen Advisory Committee for the County of Santa Clara. We need to fully utilize our public transportation infrastructure available, and we have two major transportation hubs in Santa Clara Station and Lawrence Station, and we really need to invest in the last mile shuttle for local businesses as like a partnership with our local businesses, which is a huge force. As a member of the Station Area Task Force, I think we need to really focus on our downtown and station area development. And looking at the survey from EMC, the downtown showing up on the open-ended survey for the entire city is somewhat surprising to me, but that shows me that this is one of the Santa Clara specific thing that is top of mind for our general population. We need to use these plans to leverage for more affordable housing near our transportation hubs. We should be negotiating with developers instead of just letting them build what they want right away so that we can actually get what we need as deeper affordability. And as the Oak Cliff Residents Association board member, I dealt with Tappa downtown, and we need to build more resilience in our historic neighborhood in light of some of the difficulties our neighbors at Park Court and surrounding areas experienced in the recent storms where they were severely flooded. So, anyway, just one more thing. On the funding side, I realize we really need to have a grant writer. We need to request physical infrastructure funding from our federal partners.
Thank you, Patricia.
Thank you.
Very much. Thank you.
Those are the cards I have. That
All right,
there
I have
are
some
4
online participants as well. Edward, you can go ahead, please, Edward, unmute yourself. There you go.
Yeah, this is Edward. Can you hear me?
You can, loud and clear. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, I know the city manager had mentioned that there's just no money, there's nothing that can be done about it. And we all know the root of the problem with that and why there is no money. We know that ivermectin and some of these other medications would help fight against COVID, and now CDC is just finally admitting that. And I had known about this years ago, and from the frontline doctors and Bakersfield doctors said, yeah, we're being lied to. There's no need to stop our economy, no need to put people out of work. We've got stuff here that'll help. And unfortunately, we listen to the liars in government, and now our economy's destroyed. That's why we don't have any money. We got to get to the root of the problem. And I'm hoping maybe next time that they, come up with another disease. I know Senator Rand Paul had proved that Fauci had funded the Wuhan lab for this disease. I don't know why he's not in prison, but we just don't have any equal justice in this country. But the thing is that we can't listen to big government again that would put our economy and our people in jeopardy again. The people have lost their jobs because they were forced to take the vaccine and they didn't want to take the vaccine when there was alternative methods that would help heal them that weren't taken. seriously from these doctors, these local doctors, like in Bakersfield, the frontline doctors. But yeah, we just got to make sure that our politicians at the local level will say no, we're not going to do this. We've been lied to before. We've learned from these lies, and look at the mess we're in right now. So I'm just hoping. I know the related project. 4 or 5 groundbreaking delays. Will this go on forever? Was there anything placed in the contract that said, hey, you got to have groundbreaking set by this date? So now I don't know if that'll go on for a year and year to come, where they'll just keep on delaying the related project.
Thank you, Edward. Thank you so much. All right, next we have Noah. Unmute yourself, please. Noah, there you go.
Yes. All right, so, so I think with the survey, a lot of other people mentioned this, that a lot of these things are sort of broad, but I think the downtown is really one of the most important priorities, being specific to the city. And a lot of these other things like the housing and all that are sort of included in that. But things like that aren't really exactly priorities. It's just sort of things that that are being done anyways in the background, like public safety and sustainability and all that kind of stuff. So I think it's most important to focus on those specific things like the downtown that will provide for the future of the city and that are unique to the city itself. And like some of the other people were mentioning too, with looking for things like the public grants for the transportation, I think is very important. There's sources for money for these sorts of things that will bring more money into the city. Just the synergy of it, having a downtown means more people, means more money coming in. A lot of the services are already in the downtown area, so you won't have to build a new fire station just for the downtown. Yeah, that's about it. I think focus on the downtown, focus on those things, and the rest of it will sort itself out.
Thank you, Noah. Next, we have Linda. Linda? Unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now? I've been a resident of Santa Clara for over 35 years, and I think that water is important, power is important, and streets unfortunately are important. And those people who are looking at downtown, what's the population of downtown and what's the population of everywhere else in Santa Clara? So I don't want to emphasize downtown to the detriment of the other people around who need ambulances and other things that are not getting done either. Yes, I use the library a lot. I also did the ISC when I don't do the senior center. So I love those. But I think it's important to make sure that the rest of the city of Santa Clara is livable, as well as all the downtown stuff. But downtown shouldn't get more of a percentage of the budget than the rest of the city of Santa Clara does. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Next, we have Kevin. Go ahead, Kevin. Yes.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for taking a minute. My name is Kevin Zacher. I'm the head coach of Santa Clara Swim Club, and I'm a member of the Santa Clara Aquatics Foundation. And I just want to urge Mayor and Council and staff to look at the long-term plans for aquatics in the city. It's Santa Clara is known as a mecca for swimming, and I know people focus a lot on the elite level, but swimming is such a great activity for so many folks. It's great for kids when they grow up. Structure and things in their lives, especially after coming out of COVID and things like that, is so important for them. It's something you can do lifelong. Our program and the other aquatics programs in the city touch thousands and thousands of lives in a positive way every year. And it's hard to measure that in a survey, but it's a really vital park. There's so much water around. I think water safety is really important. All of the pools are in terrible shape, and they need addressed. And I just think it's really important, so please make that a priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Next, we have Jay Moyoli. Jay Moyoli. Unmute your, there
Hello,
you
can
go.
you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Hi there, thanks. Yeah, I'm a resident here in Santa Clara for 20 years. I'm also a member of the Reclaiming Our Downtown, and I initially grew up in Sunnyvale and had plenty of fond memories of going to the old mall there when it was there, and have seen how having an area where people can go and conglomerate with friends and family was a key part of my childhood. And it's really kind of sad that right now, if I want to go and do stuff with my family, I go to Mountain View's downtown, Sunnyvale's downtown, Murphy Street, Murphy Avenue, or I went to Palo Alto the other day. You know, it just seems odd that, you know, Stanford has University Avenue with all the shops and restaurants there, a little local theater, and we have a great location that would basically be the equivalent to something like that, right? It's right next to a university where there's a ton of students that could benefit from something like that. I know someone who spoke earlier mentioned that, you know, obviously there's a concern for all the things for the residents of the entire city, but, you know, to have a central location like that with some history and a place for people to take advantage of and really benefit and help the quality of life is huge. You know, having to go to Campbell for farmers markets and then to have a place to hang out and have a lot of different options there, that's great. But, you know, it'd be nice to have one in Santa Clara. It just seems kind of odd that we're the only like big city in the South Bay, it seems like, that doesn't have that kind of, well, we had it, but we, you know, I came to find out afterwards that, you know, we had one, it was demolished. So it just kind of boggles the mind when you think about it. But it's just kind of crazy. We have an airport that's close by. There's a Costco with a bridge that you could go underneath. There's, you know, the Caltrain there.
Thank you, Jay.
You know.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Next, we have Amanda. Go ahead, Amanda.
Hi, thank you for accepting my call. I am a resident of Santa Clara. I am on the board of Santa Clara Swim Club, and I am on the board of Santa Clara Aquatic Foundation. And to Kevin's point, yes, we'd like to see the pool being fixed up, but more urgently, I'd like to urge the city to open up the ISD as soon as possible, at least for lap swim and swim practice. It would be great if we could open it by the summer. I think that a lot of the things that are on the safety report are things that can be done quickly. After my research into the whole matter, I don't think that the pool replastering, which is the biggest cost, is a safety issue. And the city of Santa Clara is what shut the pool down, not the county. So if we could get that pool back open so we can get kids back in the water, senior citizens back in the water, swimmers back in the water, as soon as possible, and then work toward finding a way to rebuild the pool or build it somewhere else, that'd be great. But there's some precious property and some precious water right there that isn't being used, and our kids are swimming all over the place, and parents are driving all over the place. And I'm one of them with 4 kids, and I'm exhausted. I can't take it. And people are going to be reaching soon their boiling point, and so we really need to get that pool back open. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. That's it for the online public comments. City Clerk, do you have additional cards?
Yes, we received one other. Tom Freitas.
Yes, thank you very much for letting me talk here, and I want to thank you all for being here as well. I mean, Mayor and City Council and staff, thank you so much. I'm here to advocate for older adults. I'm advocating here as well as for extending our hours, please, at the Santa Clara Senior Center. Expand Hopper's map. We find it very inconvenient for the citizens now to use Hopper, and they're very discouraged because half the time they're not in the right location. So definitely on the north side. I know Kathy would like to see it too. Hopper transportation is so valuable for seniors. ADA is a big action item for me right now. I witnessed an ADA person fall flat on his face, and it was due to our roads. Heavy gravel on the road, he slipped and fell, and it wasn't funny. It was difficult getting him up to by the way. So I want you to really put that in your mind. An image should be high on the priority list here. And Santa Clara downtown, of course, I advocate for that too. It's fun for all our neighbors. We need to encompass the neighborhood. We need a community, and that'll bring us together a lot. Thanks so much.
Thank you. I don't have any more. There? City Clerk?
We have Donna West online.
Oh, sorry, didn't see you. Hi, Donna. Go ahead, please. Unmute yourself. There you go.
Good afternoon. Hi, Mayor Gilmore and City Council members. I'll make this short and quick. I'm here with Mary Grizzle, and I'm also a swim center advocate. As you may know, that's near and dear to my heart, as I lived there for 40 years. But I just want to say the simple sentence, our adopted downtown plan with the stationary plan is now accessible strategy to boost our local economy and support those small businesses that Teresa spoke about, and dear to my heart, create jobs. I list out 3 things to get the funding so you don't have to reach out. There's a couple items we need to add to the stationary plan for the transit area so we can build that area, and the hire of a expert community director that has thorough knowledge. So like I said, our downtown precise plan is an accessible strategy that will boost that local economy that everybody's talking about and concerned about. Thank you very much, and have a great afternoon.
Thank you, Donna. There is someone online. There's no name. Unmute yourself, please. There you go.
Yeah, Ms. Sun, I'm a new resident at Santa Clara City. So looking at the survey, EMC survey, my get is that there are some issues which are for example, the homeless and affordable housing. However, these issues are general issues across the entire Bay Area. It might not only priority for the Santa Clara. I see Santa Clara City has already done a lot of efforts to help these issues. But I mean, these issues are concerning, essentially to the Bay Area. Without a suitable baseline, it's hard to tell. These issues are especially more important to the Santa Clara City. Another issue I want to mention is that I presented in January about the gasoline defluor noise. I really hope the city can take some actions to help on that, because the surrounding neighbor cities are already taking some actions already. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So no more. Okay, that will be the end of public comment. Back to Nancy.
Okay, so we're going to take a little break. Everybody can stand up and adjust fluid levels, whichever direction you need. We'll start up again at 2:30, so 10 minutes. Is that working okay?
We do 15, please.
You got it.
15.
Okay, 15.
2:35.
So 2:35, we're going to resume, and we're going to move back into workshop mode. Yep.
need a clicker. So we mentioned that now we're going to enter more of a workshop phase of our time together because, you know, setting priorities and determining where the overlap is and what you share is a process. And so the first exercise that we'd like you to do, you're staring at your sticky notes that we distributed. So while you were on break, each of you got a stack of sticky notes, 2 different colors. And this is what we want you to do. We want you to, and you also have at your place a Sharpie that we've given you. Very good. Kathy's got it right there. So what we're going to ask you to do is think about some things about Santa Clara that are just precious. They are true today, and you want to make darn sure they're still true 10 years from now. So what is precious? And you'll write on the pink sticky notes, 1 idea per sticky note, 3 to 5 things that's precious that you want to make sure is still true 10 years from now. You should each have 5 pink sticky notes, so 3 to 5. You don't have to use them all. When you finish that, I want you to think about what's missing. And on the yellow sticky notes, you're going to write 1 idea per sticky note. What's not true today, but you hope it would be true 10 years from now, okay? And we're going to just gather those. You'll kind of, if you'll put them towards the front of your seat one at a time, Nancy and I are going to gather them. And while Jovan is doing the next, his presentation, we're going to kind of organize and we'll kind of go over all of this. But that's the exercise. Do you have questions about what I'm asking you to do? Say again? So on each sticky note, yeah, so the way it should work, do you mind if I touch yours? I'll show you. So you should, I put them on these cards just because the table things were fuzzy. I didn't want them to get, so take the top one off. It's just the reminder of which color is which. There should be 5 sticky notes there. 1 idea per sticky note. You can use 3 to 5. And yeah, so several things, but just 1 thing on each sticky note. Okay? Any other questions? All right. Come gather them, yeah. And would you use the Sharpie when we photograph them? We will actually be able to see what you wrote if you use the Sharpie. Pardon me? Yeah, you can just write, or we'll write over the top for you, even if you want. Yeah, is your Sharpie there? There you go. Yep, there it is. Yeah, it is. It'll work good. It's darker than it looks. We'll just trace over this. Whichever ones you're ready for us to take. Grab what you got done. So you're still, Spelling doesn't count because I cannot afford the markers with spell check. So don't worry about your spelling. We can work with this. When we type it, Word will help us. Remember, the yellow is for things that aren't true today, so something that doesn't exist that you would hope would be true in the future. Yep. Thank you. I know, right? Yeah, no, we don't need that type of public humiliation. Thank you. Yeah.
Once you get going, right?
Thank you. I think we still got some more writing. Thank you. Just got a few left. People are sad. They've run out of sticky notes. Now they're mad at Nancy and I. That's okay. Mostly me, I know, I counted them. Hopefully I didn't accidentally give somebody 6. There you go. Cover sheet, thank you. No, I was kidding, I really didn't give it to him. No. Got some more here.
Some have left, but some other people.
A couple people still writing.
You know, it doesn't have to be, so I think I'm done.
Thank you.
There's only one. There's so many, but there's only one left. What do you use this for?
Yeah, I know. Pressure. Good. Are we done? Or are you still writing? I think we've got, can we start? Are we good? Oh, we got one more coming in. You guys done? You don't have to use them all. Can't think of anything. Okay, we're going to go ahead. So what I'm going to do is just kind of share each of the sticky notes, and we'll put them up on the board. I'm going to share what's true today that you'd hope still be true, and Nancy will take the other one. So first and foremost, Santa Clara utilities are the best quality and value for all our users. It's a wonderful place to raise a family. Santa Clara has a superior quality of life. Santa Clara expands our public utilities to keep businesses. Santa Clara is historically a great city to live, work, play, raise a family, and start your life. Santa Clara is still a business-friendly community. Santa Clara still celebrates our city traditions. City traditions are big and well attended. Parks and open space are an important part of family life. Santa Clara supports our seniors and youth programs. Sports and recreation are valued by by youth and adults alike, and there are many great options. The city remains a safe city that gives residents peace of mind. SCU continues to educate highly trained professionals. SVP provides low-cost, reliable power that attracts businesses. Mission Church, Great America, Valley Fair Mall.
My childhood is all coming through right there.
More affordable housing. Oh, that's right, Great America is the amusement park, right? We have Great America Ballpark in Cincinnati. I'm like, what? More farmers markets. Santa Clara looks at being different as embracing new opportunities and progressive. The stadium is holding great events. We have continue to have wonderful city staff. I think that brings a smile to some faces. We have great quality of life, the best power utility, great economic business environment, great roads and parks. Great America location has opportunities for gathering and recreation for youth. Great city services. And that's all I got. What do you got?
Oh, my turn.
Your turn.
Okay. So not true today, but true 10 years from now, we have a senior center on the north side. Santa Clara is affordable to live. We have interim and permanent supportive housing for unhoused people. The children of our residents can afford to live here. Santa Clara attracts people from outside to dine here, downtown and City Place. A vibrant downtown is a center of civic events, much like the Central Park today. Santa Clara has a first-class ethics program. Santa Clara's program for unhoused people is a template for other jurisdictions. Santa Clara has a first-class international aquatic center for swim. Not the swim center for aquatics. Related project. Downtown. Pedestrian crosswalks. Station 10. Shuttle transportation. Biking and walking to local points of interest are the major modes of transit. City not in deficit spending. Infrastructure updated. Downtown reclaimed. Blank piece of paper. People do not have to travel far for daily needs and education. The old way of doing business is not status quo. The needs of the Santa Clara community come first. Santa Clara restores a long-term revenue strategy for the general fund. Levi Stadium provides millions to general fund. Oops, wait, I got one buried here. Santa Clara has a world-renowned swim center that hosts events. Santa Clara has an uptown and a downtown. Better PPP, public-private partnerships. Year-to-year capital needs for infrastructure. No unfunded liabilities, pensions. Balanced budget with huge reserves. No homeless and affordable housing for all. And a free shuttle for everyone in the city. Yours is more organized than mine.
Well, we're going to make a mess of it. Yep. So what we're going to do, we're going to rearrange the sticky notes over here a little bit while Jovan is talking about current things. I'll leave this up here for you.
All right. Okay, there's budget. Turn my thing up.
Okay. While they do their work, I will support us through taking a look at a few of the items that you've referred, as well as things that are already in progress. So, City Council priority areas. Council will remember these as pillars. The reality is we call them pillars, we call them priority areas. In the information that you have before you, we drop the word pillar and really just refer to them as priority areas, because as we staff talked about them, they're really things that you're saying as a body that you view as a priority area of focus for the organization. Categorized with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 items. Promote and enhance economic, housing, and transportation development. Enhance community sports, recreation, and arts assets. Deliver and enhance high-quality, efficient services and infrastructure. Manage strategically our workforce capacity and resources. Enhance community engagement and transparency. Ensure compliance with Measure J and manage Levi Stadium. Promote sustainability and environmental protection. So as we mentioned in the packet today, there was a 44-page matrix that included a number of items. 8 of those items were items that you referred to today to talk about. There were things that came up over the course of, I will actually say, the years, because as a reminder, the council had their last priority setting session in February of '22, but you met and you decided at that time not to have a comprehensive priority setting process, and you pushed those items to your next priority setting session. And so this is the priority setting session really since February of '22. And so there are items that are in the list from '21 through present. There are 8 items that you took a affirmative vote to refer to talk about today. We'll talk about those. There's another 46 items that are already in progress, and we will talk about those briefly. And there are 24 complete items that we frankly won't talk about a ton. And so can I ask, actually I'll do this really quick. So those are the 8 items. We'll put up the matrix and talk very briefly about each of those just to populate the room with specifically what they are. Then there are the 45 items that are already in progress. And so 9 through 31 is listed here, and then 32 through 54 is listed on this slide. Some of these are frankly not in progress, right? There are things that council referred, but we have not had the organizational capacity to work on. There are also things on this list that staff has started, but more resources are needed, and those will be coming before you. And then there are things that you may want to drop off this list. And we're not going to go through that detailed process today because this is day 1, but one of the things we want to do at the end of this process is really leave here with what stays on this list. Does it all stay on the list and you add to it? Or do things come off of it? And we touched on it a little bit earlier, which is we want to be mindful of frankly, the bandwidth of the organization to accomplish all of the goals that you've set before us. So if we can put up the matrix, I'll talk at some level of detail through 1 through 8, and then touch on a few of the other items. So first page of the matrix just provides some ground setting, and then on page 2 we review the 8 items. So items that you referred to talk about here today. Item number 1 came from an August 22nd action where you had a resident that discussed Senate Bill 9 and requested that the City Council talk about providing support to low-income homeowners through a grant program or a city loan program to provide financial support or waive city fees associated with the cost of splitting a lot. This came up from a resident based on a unique issue that they were having. Not to talk about that issue, but it was a idea that was referred to the council to take up. I think staff provided a high-level response at that time, and we can provide additional context today. The second item was a request for installation of rainbow crosswalks and paintings throughout Santa Clara. This item goes back to October 2021 and was a request submitted by Council Member Becker. At that time, staff did some brief analysis and provided an average capital cost of $50,000 per crosswalk. And depending on your direction and funding, something that the city could take up. But again, want clarity because this item has not started. The other item dates back to 2021 as well. Sanitary sewer laterals. There was a written petition by a resident for consideration of the city's assumption of the responsibility for private sewer laterals and having that discussion. There was a February 22nd study session where staff was scheduled to provide you a presentation on that. That presentation did not happen because council elected not to have a involved discussion of priorities at that study session. There are a number of challenges with regard to taking responsibility for the sewer laterals, as well as the significant cost to do so, and things that we can discuss should council like to proceed down that route. And in the last sentence here, we talk about insurance policies because there are also options where residents can take out insurance policies to help supplement the cost of when sewer laterals need to be replaced. The next item, item 4, dates back to 2021 as well. That's from a February 1st priority setting session, and there was a request for the council to discuss quiet zones, and staff estimated at that time that the initial cost of a study would be $300,000, and staff can do work on that, but of course, financial implication. Item 5, mitigate or ban gas-powered leaf blowers. This dates back to 2023, but it was also talked about in 2024. Came from a request for a resident. However, staff did note at that time, and it's listed in the last paragraph here, that it's important to note that the state of California recently passed AB 1346, which bans the sale of gas-powered leaf blowers and string trimmers starting July 1, 2024, so not yet, but soon. The law also establishes emissions reductions for gas-powered leaf blowers. So certainly, council could undertake additional regulations above beyond the state law that will soon take effect, but that was referred. Widening Santa Mosaquino Creek Trail was mentioned by Council Member Sudge Jane back in 2022, and I have it on good authority that that may be on the council members' list to discuss. So I'll pause there because I know it will come up later. Item 7, proposal for a new city film commission that dates back to 2021. Again, a written request by, or not again, but it was a written request by Councilmember Beckert and not talked about in 2022. And then lastly, item 8, titled Mayor and Council Full-Time Positions and Campaign Finance Reform. This was a request by a resident to discuss making council member positions full-time with a salary, $96,000 for the mayor, $80,000 for council members, respectively, with commensurate benefits and COLA adjustments, as well as campaign finance reform related to donations from Santa Clara businesses and residents. Again, something that was referred in 2021 but not talked about. And so the spreadsheet goes on to list those additional items. They are detailed result updates on each of your initiatives that have already been referred and that we are working on, and I think our consultant team is ready. So again, we won't talk about these, but just wanted to highlight that staff did provide you with an update on everything that you have referred and where we are. There are a number of items on the list that have not started, and we again would like to end this process with knowing what stays on the list, what comes off the list. Thank you.
All right. What I want to do is just kind of share with you how Nancy and I have organized all of these sticky notes. It ultimately matters kind of how you connect ideas together. So this is just for us to share with you, and you all adjust us, get things in the right places. What we're trying to understand, the answer to the question, what must go well in order for Santa Clara to be the city you want it to be 10 years from now? So what are those big buckets that you would put these things in? So we're essentially trying to identify the buckets. So up here, we've got several about the Santa Clara utilities, and there's definitely a connection to economic development and your businesses, but it's very much called out about Santa Clara Valley Power. And then I've got these that are economic business environment, better public-private partnerships. We're still business friendly. If I say something like, you don't think this goes with that, you guys let me know, okay? So we're trying to pay attention. We support our seniors and youth programs. We have a senior center on the north side. I've kind of put that here next to some things that are about some of your other amenities. Sports and recreation are valued by youth and adults alike, and there's many great options. Parks and open space are an important part of family life. We've got more farmers markets. The Great American location has opportunities for gathering and recreation for youth and just Great America. A couple that relate to public safety. The city remains a safe city that gives residents peace of mind, and Station 10. Mission Church. Is that about the historic nature of the building? So, okay, so we might, when we find the stuff that's about cultural things, we might move it to there. You guys tell me what you want to do with that. STU continues to educate highly trained professionals, so that's kind of an education-related one. Let me hit some of these quality of life things. Great place to raise a family, superior quality of life, great quality of life, city that you can live, work, play, raise a family, start your life. Traditions. City traditions are well attended. We celebrate our traditions. So that kind of seemed like quality of life stuff to me. Santa Clara attracts people from outside to dine here. So downtown, there's a reason to come to Santa Clara. So I don't know if that's quality of life. Does that seem kind of similar to you all?
The economic development.
Could be economic development. Okay, I'll kind of move it to this side over here. And then we've got the parks and open space stuff, which is kind of near here. We've also got several about downtown, and maybe that's where this one goes. Downtown reclaim, downtown, a vibrant downtown. Maybe should we go there? Yeah. Santa Clara has an uptown and a downtown. And so then we have the related project, which I think is Uptown Project, right? I've got to get my words right, but uptown and downtown. Okay. And then there's the stuff about the city staff, great services. Santa Clara looks at being different as embracing new opportunities and progressive. Is that about city service delivery? Yeah? Okay. The needs of the community come first. The old way of doing business is not the status quo, and that Santa Clara has a first-class ethics program. So that seemed to me to be all about city government stuff. I've hit these. Let's see. Finances. No unfunded liability. Santa Clara restores a long-term revenue strategy for the general fund, balanced budget. We're not deficit spending. Infrastructure. Free shuttle for everyone in the city, pedestrian crosswalks, year-to-year capital needs for infrastructure. Infrastructure is updated. Good roads and parks. This one's real specific to aquatics, which we heard about from the community, but it's maybe could be near the parks and recreation things, could be near infrastructure. You guys tell us. Santa Clara has a first-class international aquatic center for swimming, world-renowned swim center that hosts events. Would you put it over with the recreation amenities stuff, or, yeah? Okay. All right. Biking and walking to local points of interest are the major modes of transit. People do not have to travel far for their daily needs. And we've got a shuttle. This was a shuttle one too. Maybe there's kind of transportation and infrastructure again adjacent, but certainly some differences there in what they are. Housing affordability. We've got more affordable housing. Santa Clara is affordable to live. The children of our residents can afford to live here. No homelessness and affordable housing for all. And the unhoused population, we have interim and permanent supportive housing for the unhoused. Santa Clara's program for unhoused people is a template for other jurisdictions. Anything you'd want me to move around to be near something else, or we got in the wrong place? Did we make pardon me? We did a good job? Oh, good. Well, then the next thing I want to do, just to kind of see how these are fitting, you have your pillars now. And if I think about how you use those pillars, it seems like they're a way of organizing some of the priorities and initiatives. So part of this exercise is almost like a check-in. Are these the right pillars? Do we have the right things going on? Some of them are going to be easier than others. So I'm going to grab an easy one first, manage Levi Stadium. We've got several that are very stadium-specific here. I would probably put that Santa Clara is not owned by the 49ers. We're holding great events, and Levi Stadium provides millions for the general fund. So those seem to go with the stadium. I get torn with high-quality, efficient services because of the and infrastructure. So the high-quality services is definitely this bucket here. And, you know, one of my, 8 facilitator jokes is that there's really 2 kinds of people in the world. There's lumpers and splitters. There's people that want to lump everything together. So we've got services and infrastructure. And then there's people like, no, we need to have services here and infrastructure there. So history tells me you all have historically been lumpers, and you might still be lumpers today. That's fine, but that's kind of how we see these connecting. Pardon me? You want to split? You're going to change it? You've seen some separation there. Okay, we'll visit with that. So that's good direction. This is another one that could get, yes, sir. SVP needs to be in services. Yeah, okay. So a lot of this is a good one to read next because a lot of the SVP stuff also is about the economic development piece. But we can certainly move Santa Clara Valley Power, that's right, to here. Silicon Valley, sorry. I got the S right. All right. So that's all about services. This is another lumper. Economics, so great economic business environment. You've got the vibe of your downtown, the kind of uptown, downtown, so that's all about economic development. And then housing, and then transportation. So those 3 things have historically been in one place, which they can continue to be if that makes sense to you, or we can start, maybe I'll just for the sake of ease, I'm going to move them to the right neighborhood, and you all can tell us ultimately, again, lumper split. Workforce capacity and resources, that could also relate to city services, kind of the way you deliver services. Your workforce is an integral part of that, so that might be a category for lumping. I don't know. There's not one that's just about workforce, except that it says we have great employees. Community sports, recreational and arts assets. So certainly all of this, sports, parks, open space, senior centers, and the aquatic center travels into there as well. Yeah, and then these are 2 that you have to tell me what it means. I wouldn't naturally know where to put enhanced community engagement and transparency as one of your pillars. And then the other one, sustainability and environmental protection. I didn't naturally see anything up here that would align with those historic pillars that you have.
Ethics should be this.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Right here. Okay. There we go. What else? What's your take on this?
Don't really have communication.
Yeah, there's nothing about communications.
It should be up there. It's important.
Yeah. And, sometimes I've actually done this in communities where we go through this whole exercise and public safety didn't get mentioned. And sometimes things are just like, we drink clean water. We expect that. And so we don't mention it because it's just a given. So communication, it could be that it's missing. It could be, and you may very well have initiatives in that area. It also just could be that it's not top of mind today. It's been, it's in a good place.
Well, nothing really happens unless we communicate it to the public.
Yeah.
Anything we do has to be communicated, the right way. So it's really important.
Could just be part of
overarching goal.
Yeah.
I guess.
And maybe it's part of just being effective and doing a great job too. Other observations on these, especially I'd be interested in kind of your thoughts on the lumping and splitting opportunities that are up here. What's your take? Yeah, workforce, you got to have the workforce, and so that's up there with the great city services, so maybe those do kind of go together, yeah.
We're a complicated community, so I think splitting is good
Yeah,
as opposed to
that-
lumping.
So what do others think about that? If we pulled apart for now and see how it worked out, services and infrastructure, does that make sense to you? Okay, I'm seeing heads nod. I'm seeing no resistance. So those are two we'll pull apart for now. Let me ask you about the business climate, the economic, housing, and transportation. Would you keep those together, or would you split? Yes, Raj.
I would split like, the survey, and overall we are looking at it. Affordable housing, housing as such, and homelessness. I think they should be separated from economic development.
Okay, so housing and homelessness together, separate from economic development and transportation. Okay. But keep economic development and transportation together?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. What about the downtown, uptown thing? Is that part of the economic development? Would you lump those there? Okay.
They're both really big projects, so
They're
they
huge.
should probably be together.
Yeah, okay.
Separate from other economic development even. I think, possibly.
Possibly.
Maybe not.
Okay.
Probably the biggest economic development.
Mm-hmm. But that's the ultimate outcome, is around economic development, jobs, local economy. Yeah, Kath.
Actually, I was going to ask that Valley Fair Mall, that was one of mine, put it with economic development because it is a great resource of tax revenue as well as jobs. And in a market where box stores are going down, Valley Fair Mall is one of the most successful malls in the country.
They're also going to have a giant project coming forward in the next few years.
Okay, so I'm going to kind of pull it out of that quality of life bucket and put it with the economic development stuff, which is, so I think what we said is we're pulling those out, keeping economic development and transportation together, and I'm going to pull all this other stuff over here too. So this becomes economic development and transportation, I think. Does that make sense? So if what do you think, is transportation separate, or is it part of infrastructure, or is it with economic development? What do y'all think?
I think they go hand in hand, but they should be separate because shuttles and things are different.
Yeah.
Biking shuttles, all different types of transportation, separate.
Yeah. Okay. I'm trying to create, if someone said to you, what must go well for this community to be what we want it to be in 10 years, your answer would be a great economy. We've taken care of housing affordability and housed people. We have wonderful parks assets. We've got a great transportation network. Our infrastructure is in super shape. City services are high quality. I'm trying to give you those big buckets that answer that question. So that's where I'm going with this. Oh, use your microphone, I'm sorry. I'm behind people, so it makes it hard.
It just seems to me that everyone wants those. Those are kind of like apple pie things,
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out where you're going.
Yeah. So, sometimes people will say, doesn't every community want this, like that kind of a response? And I think about that in a couple of ways. One, I think if any industry that you're in, whatever that business is, there are going to be best practices and things that everyone should do. And so, safe, clean drinking water, good infrastructure, those are some of the basics that make great communities. The nuance comes in how you define them specifically for your community. So, for example, if we lump downtown, uptown in economic development, economic vitality, the way you describe the future of Santa Clara will be very different than somebody else because they're not going to have those same types of visions that you have. So it becomes more customized as we work through the process, but we start at the top level to make sure we've kind of address the big questions. So we're getting some of those core pieces in place. Is that helpful? Thank you. Yeah, Javon.
I'll just support having uptown and downtown effort, but under the broader umbrella of economic development. I think the reality in this community is we have to concentrate on both. But if one goes and the other one doesn't go, there's going to be concern and a lot of consternation. And so I think creating them as two focus areas under the larger umbrella.
Okay.
And then you can't forget about everything else, right? And so I feel like everything else gets lumped into a third category, which is a larger economic development strategy for small, medium, and large-scale businesses citywide. Just make sure you have that focus on uptown and downtown.
Well, and keep in mind, we're talking about a framework here now. When we start to talk about the specifics of what it is you want to prioritize in the next, lots of feedback, in the next 2 years, 5 years, that horizon, that's where you're going to start to get into the shaping. Right? And what are we able to do? When are we going to prioritize downtown versus uptown, these sorts of things.
Yeah. And then I think when we talk about initiatives, it's important when we talk economic development to recognize that this city doesn't actually have an economic development program, right? We actually don't have an economic development director. And so, it's something that has been talked about and something that's going to require resources, but for a long time, right, we had location, and a lot of efforts were put in place to support business. But we do not have a systematic economic development program. And I know every council member knows that, and we have to sort of coalesce these efforts and develop a full economic development.
Okay. Just want to check in with folks I haven't heard from during this part to make sure we're going in a good direction. Karen, Anthony, is this making sense to you so far? Good for now?
No problems.
No problems. Excellent. I just want to make sure. Anthony, how about you?
It makes sense.
Making sense?
I kind of see where Suds is coming from, or
Yeah.
like, where is this going, but
Yeah.
I totally understand where it's going.
It gets messy in the middle.
It
but
gets
we're,
messy.
Yeah, it gets messy, but
It's
we're
the
trying
whole
to
trust
create
the process thing.
Say again?
It's the trust the process.
Trust the process, exactly.
Yeah,
What
so
are these women trying to do with us? Yeah.
My only concern is really the last pillar of the promote sustainability and environmental protection.
Yeah.
Doesn't that fall kind of like under our transportation? We want people to take bikes. We want people to take the bus. We want people to get out of their cars. We want trees. We want stuff like so. Isn't that kind of sustainability or in those kind of categories?
So, I think sustainability has, 10 years ago, it was just about in protecting the environment. I think there's a much broader perspective on sustainability now that does include, kind of, are we doing things that are sustainable practices? So is our transportation infrastructure sustainable? What are we doing? And this is where some of those initiatives that I know are on people's mind, like air quality dashboard, some things that you've mentioned, those things might sit there. It's also a way of looking at how you do business. Like, are we doing things in a sustainable way? And that, kind of, what are we doing to minimize our own impact as a city, and what is our community doing? So I think it has that kind of almost like its own framework way of looking at things. And you have a sustainability plan, if I remember right. Okay, well, I'm gonna say we've got some pretty good direction here that we're gonna continue to work with, Nancy and I, before we come back here on April 3rd in terms of the pillars. And I think the way we're designed to go today, if I'm not mistaken, is that we're gonna, we have 2 more steps. So we're going to conclude our time together by gathering your individual personal priorities. That's how we're going to end the day. We're not going to do anything with them. We're not going to start prioritizing. But what we're going to do is figure out how those align with the buckets that we've put together so far. And when we come back on April 3rd, we're going to share that with you, and we'll go through a process of prioritization. as you all enter into thinking about what are you going to write on blank business card, blank 3x5 cards that we're going to hand out in a minute, we wanted to give you, we thought this would be another time to hear from the public, so public comment for specific initiatives in particular, kind of knowing that that's where you're headed is, do they have any specific, does the public have any specific ideas they'd want you to consider writing on one of the precious, how many are we giving them? 10. We're only giving you 10 cards. And we were going to say 5 to 7, but then we thought, well, you might need 10 cards. So you're getting 10 cards. You don't have to use them all. And you don't start writing yet, but we do want to do the public comment. So that's where we're headed today. So at that, I will just turn it to you all for the public comment part. And I've got a clicker someplace. I need to catch up with our lights. There's Jovan has the clicker. Here's the clicker.
Okay, so if anybody has a card they'd like to fill out that are here.
I've got 2 cards. First
And-
speak.
Wait 1 second. And anybody online, we have 31 people online. If anybody's online that would like to make a public comment, please raise your hand. All right, sorry, go ahead.
Okay, first speaker is Skip Pearson, followed by Thomas Calvello.
Skip Pearson. I'm going to read this because I don't think I can do it in 2 minutes otherwise. I'm referring to the city-owned property that is not being used for public use. The 7-story Commerce Plaza building at the corner of Lafayette and Homestead has been solely owned by the city for several years. It is half vacant. There's a public use for this building. Silicon Valley Power has been renting office space from private parties for decades. It's currently paying $60,000 a month, roughly, for 32,000 square feet at 881 Martin Avenue. Before COVID, Silicon Valley Power needed 90,000 square feet. Less now. The Commerce building has 90,000 square feet. Silicon Valley Power can take over the building and leave the ground floor for retail. The high ceiling ground floor is a perfect site for existing downtown businesses to relocate permanently or temporarily. Silicon Valley Power can transform the Commerce building into a green, carbon-neutral, net-zero energy building to be emulated. Silicon Valley's Power current lease ends in November 2025, and the Commerce building leases end in May 2025. The Morse Mansion on 2/3 of an acre on Fremont Avenue has not been open for public use since purchased by the city years ago. It is currently a Santa Clara University sorority house, rented at $17,000 a month. Silicon Valley Power offered to take over the mansion last year.
Skip, your time is up if you'd like to conclude your sentence.
Okay, but it is smaller, much smaller and much older than the Commerce building, and the Commerce building is much more appropriate for Silicon Valley Power's needs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Thomas Calvello.
Good afternoon, everybody. So I'm here to speak once again to reiterate what I've spoken to you previously about, which would be my tax on attendees of entertainment events in the city of Santa Clara. The reason I'm here is because this is really right for the city of Santa Clara. We deserve this. We deserve to get more out of our assets, and this is one way to do it. This is going to be up on top of everything we're currently getting. This is going to be separate. It's going to be voted on by the residents, and That's how it is. So it's a fair and reasonable tax that other cities impose on their events. This taxes attendees, not residents, like all the other ballot measures do. This one is unique in that respect. So it doesn't put us on the hook. Most of the people that attend are from out of town. The tax would be folded into the ticket price, so it would be unnoticeable, just like any other Ticketmaster fee or whatever. And also, it does not harm any of the venues. There's no cost to them whatsoever. This tax is spread over hundreds of thousands of unique users, mostly from out of town. This should generate $15 million or more every year into the general fund if you implement it properly, which we'll see. More lucrative than the business head tax that was on the ballot in '22, and that passed easily. This would bring in quite a bit more money. You guys were willing to put Mr. Chahal's tax on the ballot, so you better be willing to put mine on. Just telling you right now. And like I said, that passed easily. My tax will also pass, probably in a landslide. If you're from Santa Clara, if you're a resident or a politician and you don't support this, I can't imagine what your reasons would be. So I'd love to hear them, but I know there's no conversation here.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you.
So this proposal is a combination of great benefits to the city and also will be successful on the ballot. That's it.
Thank you very much.
Have a great day, everybody.
Those are all the cards we have here, but we have
All
folks
right,
online.
we'll go to Edward. Go ahead, Edward. Unmute yourself. There you go.
Yep, I just want to mention that we have new owners at Great America, and I know it's zoned for entertainment, so I don't know if they'll keep some of the rides, but I was thinking maybe if we can do what the previous owner, Cedar Fair, had mentioned doing and before they sold the property is maybe something like a city walk, universal type city walk type operation where you could have some rides and of course retail, restaurants, that type of thing, since we can't depend on Related to get it done, especially for the Super Bowl and soccer games coming up in a few years. I was thinking maybe if we could have them fast walk that project to have that done there, since we're not getting any cooperation for Related kids. So we're probably going to lose a lot of money with the Super Bowl and the soccer matches because of that project not being done, completed for retail restaurants. So I think it'd be great if we could try to get the new owners that are doing a project here in the future with Great America, and hopefully it'll benefit the city for it being zoned, again, for entertainment purposes only. We could keep some of the rides, maybe some bigger, faster coasters to bring more people in. And again, put in like a city walk or a downtown Disney type operation where we could bring more people in and more funds to the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Edward. Next we have Linda. Go ahead, Linda. There you go.
Hello. I have two things that are separate things. One is there was no way for me to do the goods and the bads because I couldn't enter in anything. So I want you to change the Zoom so that there is a possibility to do that in the future. You do a great job in the normal meetings, but this one is not. Anyway, my four goods were the senior center, the library, rescue and fire department, which has a really good timing as opposed to Oakland. And then the activities classes, which are both senior and youth and everything. The four bads are the roads and sidewalks and the city trees that you can't remove but they're lifting up the sidewalks and they're clogging the sewers. The next bad is the VIA because it doesn't drop off at the senior center, it drops off behind the senior center, and it has very limited hours. The parks, actually, it's a school-related thing, but the parks, that are attached to the schools, a lot of the schools have been closed off, so it's like really hard to access the parks. And that was it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Linda. Have Noah go ahead. Noah.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, yeah, so I was just going to say that, yeah, one of the things about the priority and putting things in, I think it would be good to put the downtown and the uptown, I guess, too, as sort of its own sort of special focus. I think a lot of those projects sort of encompass a lot of the other things all together, but I think having them as their own special focus, separate, I think would be important since they're these high impact, very specific areas. Besides that, I think, yeah, I think focus on the downtown, focus on these things, and also the thing someone else said about tax on the attendees for the stadium does sound like a good idea. I think we're not really getting enough out of that, the whole stadium. I feel like the city could be getting more out of it. We have this giant stadium there that brings a lot of value to the city, but I think we're not getting the full thing from that. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Kevin. Go ahead, Kevin. You're muted. Unmute your, there you go.
Yep. It's just Kevin Zach again. I just want to reiterate how important it is to prioritize aquatics facilities in the city. I'm not going to belabor the point. Just please put some thought to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Next we have Vikas. Go ahead, please.
Hi, thank you for taking my comment. Again, Vikas Gupta, Parks and Rec Commissioner, but I represent myself here. So I really liked what the moderator exercise that the moderator just completed. But I think what the moderator missed doing, and perhaps can be done later or at the next session, is that what are five things that each of you would like that we do today or don't do well today that you would see stopped in 5 years or in 10 years. And perhaps that would be one way to find out where we need to stop putting emphasis and where some money can be gotten back from all the spending that we do. So because all the other things that we talked about were spending and taxes and revenue, but perhaps there's money to be found where we already spent. So that's one comment I had. And then second, just like Kevin, I don't want to belabor the point, and I'm happy that a couple of you did put down world-class aquatics facility, parks, and general youth activities, and those kind of things as an emphasis. You know, the council doesn't need reminding that Santa Clara has been known for its youth activities, youth sports, athletics, and all that. And it would be great to continue to have that and not just cherish the legacy, but to take it to the next level. And so I would continue asking you to lay emphasis on youth sports and then in particular aquatics. If I have a moment, I would like to share a personal experience at a high school.
Sorry, Vikas, you're out of time. I'm so sorry.
Okay, no worries. Thank you.
Time's up. But thank you very much for being here and going home and calling in. We appreciate that. That's dedication. All right. Dan, go ahead, Dan.
Hi, Mayor, Council, everybody. Great meeting. We appreciate it. A real quick comment that I think an area of focus that it's been mentioned, but I think you guys really need to take a look at is the loans and grants from the federal government that will create the infrastructure and it could create infrastructure in downtown and the station area plan. It could reconnect the spine connecting east and west to the station area plan, connect the train station to Minetta, which I think the DOT is incredibly motivated to do. And then for us, for the downtown, and we appreciate all the comments about the downtown, there's loans at Treasury rates right now, 4.2%, payable back 35 to 50 years. So the debt service is quite low. So I just want to throw that in. I think that's something you guys should focus as well on. And thanks again for a great meeting.
Thank you, Dan. I don't have any other. City Clerk, do you have any other? Oh, you have one.
We received another. Jonathan Marinaro.
Thank you, Council and Mayor. I would actually build off of Dan's point. We do need further funding sources, things like grants and other opportunities that is money left on the table for a number of sources. And with that, I would please ask to prioritize the Art Master Plan for the Cultural Commission, because a massive portion of that is to look into other funding opportunities so we're able to bring the same programming, competitions, and all the other things that everybody, I know we all love, at a much bigger scale and be able to provide that at less cost to you than before. So thank you for all of the help and such through the years, and thanks again.
Thank you, Jonathan. Do we have any other, City Clerk? No, that's it. All right.
Okay. We are in the home stretch today. But this is where, can you advance the slide?
Here, I got it.
So, yeah, is it working again?
Oh, there we go.
There we go. Yes?
I don't know. Fix this.
I don't turn it off too. Technology is great when it works. Yep, we're in good. Okay. So we're going to have you write down your priorities. I think we've distributed blank index cards. You should each have 10 of them, and we're going to, again, invite you to use your blue pen. What I want to remind you, though, of a couple of things. One is that I said only 5 to 7, but I gave you 10 cards. You all have referred some items here. There's those 8 items that Jovan mentioned at the beginning. It's on page, what page of the presentation is that on? We'll find it for you. If you want one of those things to carry forward, you should write it on the card, okay? So we'll collect that as well. We are going to just gather these items today, one idea per card. And between now and when we come back on April 3rd, we're going to organize them around whatever these buckets end up looking like, buckets/pillars/outcomes that you're looking for. And we're going to bring that back to you for prioritization. But we're simply going to collect the cards today as we end the day. Now, Suds had given us his in advance. We have written them on cards for him.
I gave it to
him. Again, and you can just give us back only 7. So we don't get all, we're not taking all 17 back. You have to keep
18.
some. And then, yeah, just go ahead, take your time. We'll collect them, and then we'll close the meeting in a few minutes when we have them all in.
And so let me ask you,
Yes.
on behalf of the public that
Yes.
is here waiting, are we just handing in our cards and this session's over? I just want to know what they're, so that what we can manage their expectations of what's going to happen, and our staff too, between now and us handing in the cards.
Yeah, we were thinking we were not going to read through all the cards like we read through all the
I
slides.
get that,
We're just going to gather them, and then we're going to write it up and organize them for the next meeting on April 3rd.
So it's the end of the meeting?
Yes, the
then?
meeting will end. We'll have a final closing, but then it'll be the end of the meeting.
All right, so I just want to know for our staff and the public here, that's what's going to happen. We're going to write down, because I'll need some time.
Yeah.
Write down, and then the meeting is over.
The meeting will end,
We'll
exactly.
do a final wrap-up and close.
Final wrap-up, okay. Everyone's welcome to stay. I'm
Yeah,
just
yeah,
saying
absolutely.
That that's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Finish the food if there's any.
Yeah,
left
eat,
over.
drink, Suds.
Yeah, my question was, how detailed do you want us to write on these cards? Because you may not know what we're trying to advocate.
So first of all, it great if what you write is actionable, so think about it starting with a verb, so do something. And I mean, I don't know that we need to spell out in great detail, but certainly the top line of the initiative. So like as we took yours, that's what we did. That top line should be sufficient to allow us to at least organize it. And I think that'll work.
So
Yeah.
not at this level.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. We're here. If you have questions, you can call us over. On the card at the bottom or the back of the card, or so that if we need to identify them for any public records purpose, we can. Thank you.
good, excellent. You sell it for a high price, your autograph?
bring us back? Are we close enough? I think I've got most of them. We're so close. And you all will need to turn on your microphones because we turned them off because there was that little hush thing happening. So you all can turn your microphones back on when we speak. So let me, you've given Nancy and I quite a bit of homework, is what it looks like to me. So we're going to work with these cards. And let me tell you, kind of show you how you want to pull the paper off, how we are trying to make some sense of / organize all of that sticky note stuff over there. So we've come up with these buckets for now, and again, this is we are leaving the process today kind of in the messy middle, and when we come back on April the 3rd, we're going to work together to tighten up the framework, figure out what of these cards really are your shared priorities, and how do they fit with the framework. So generally speaking, this is kind of what it looks like. Trusted and engaged city government, that picks up the engagement and transparency. Vibrant local economy, that includes the uptown and downtown, that's your economic development bucket. Valued city services includes all the city services stuff and the Silicon Valley Power. Reliable funding, I'm not in love with the word reliable right now, but it's, we're kind of moving in that direction. Something about your financial sustainability, financial resilience even. Quality parks programming and cultural amenities. I think that can pull in the historic buildings that you're interested in, the cultural items that you're interested in. Sustainability and environmental protection. Resilient and maybe resilient and well-maintained infrastructure. Accessible transportation options. So that's all the multimodal stuff, the shuttles, the transit, the station work. A well-managed stadium, however we want to phrase that. And then affordable housing and supportive services to capture the housing affordability and your unhoused population. Oh, outstanding quality of life. I missed one. I apologize. So outstanding quality of life, and that's all the what it's like to live here stuff. So that's kind of where we're leaving you. It might feel a little bit uncomfortable, but we promise to clean it up when we're back with you. So any questions about the structure or where we're going? Kevin?
As someone who codes, I think you dropped the parentheses.
I did, and if someone would fix that, I would feel so much better. Thank you, yes. It's typos, spelling mistakes, it's very frustrating. Okay. Anything else? And I'm going to ask you to kind of leave us with a word. You want to capture these? You want me to capture them? You're going to do them multiple. I love it. Nancy and I are both like quick pair people, so this is good. So just kind of leave us with a word or two, just kind of thinking about this, where we're leaving the process based on what your hopes and expectations were, where we are now, what you're hoping for April 3rd. Just sum it up for us very succinctly in a couple of words. Mayor, I always like to give the mayor a chance to go first or last.
Great anticipation.
Great
Cannot
anticipation.
Wait. Cannot wait till the next one.
Great anticipation. I love that. Thank you. Kathy?
Positive.
Positive. Okay. Raj?
Halfway through.
Halfway.
Looking for the next one.
Halfway through looking for the next one. I like it.
Hopeful.
Hopeful. Okay. Chuck?
Bold-ish.
Bold-ish. Michelle?
Clear direction.
Clear direction. Nadine?
Focused.
Focused. Focused. Cynthia? Don't have one. Okay. Blank. Suds?
I'd say forward-looking because I like the 10-year view.
Okay, forward-looking, 10-year view. Thank you. Kevin?
I went with one thing, which is fix everything, and I'll be very disappointed if every council member does not support that.
Okay, fix everything. Anthony?
Putting the people's priorities first.
Putting the people's priorities first. PT. Jovan?
Consensus. Looking forward to consensus.
All right. Well, we will leave on that hopeful, positive note, looking for consensus. and we'll look forward to being back with you on April 3rd. Thank you.